Okay. This is take like 5. I don't know. Uh, Trying again with the, you know, talking about things. Uh, because events have transpired today, and I feel like I absolutely need to talk about them, and I'm going to try uh, to keep it reasonable, try and keep it germane, um, and try to, you know, not at all be ridiculous. I don't know. My wife is sitting here listening to me try to do this, and it's probably, well, it's not probably very frustrating. It is very frustrating. I could tell uh, what with the, being frustrated sounds. Uh, oh, okay. Oh, okay. She's trying to do math. That's a different blah blah. Okay, that's not me. I thought I was making my wife frustrated, and I was upset with myself. Anyway, so yeah, like let me lay this out just the way that it went down, and maybe that will be at all helpful. So I got a text from my parents today that said, We have some bad news. Please call us as soon as you can." And that is okay. Like, look, I know that for some people, that if they get that text, I mean, it may be something that's, not that big a deal, that's, not happy, but it's not like life alteringly bad. But it's a generational thing. And I've talked about this in my other attempts at making this video. I have my students who, like the example I share is of one of my colleagues who had one of her students tell her that there was a dire and desperate situation that they needed to call their parent about immediately, and that it could not wait, that it was of the utmost importance. And so she said, "Okay, I will let you call your parent." Now, what was this crisis that the student was calling about? The crisis was, well, mother, you gave me the wrong color of Gatorade, and I need you to come to the school and give me the right color of Gatorade. Now, this is problematic for 2 reasons. Number one, that the child thinks that this constitutes a crisis. Number two, and this is perhaps more telling, that the parent actually rectified that situation. I would have rectified that situation by letting my boot bust in that child's rectum. That's how you solve that particular situation. Anyway, just completely nonsensically ridiculous. Um, and so I tell my students all the time, because like parents these days, they don't give a crap. Like it's funny because students will often be like, it's my mom calling," and I'll be like, "Bull crap. Show me that stupid phone." And then they'll show me, and it will legitimately be the kid's mom, and it makes me want to slap their mom, because it's like, your freaking kid is in school. Like, why do you place no value on? Oh, I got the wrong thing. On public education. Like, we're trying to make your kid not stupid. Why are you trying to thwart our efforts? So, yeah, and I feel like a lot of parents these days are like, like, uh, not really caring um that much about such things. Uh, it drives me crazy. Too much catering to the whims of the children. You know, like there are parents who like will pick up their kid from school. The kid will be like, "Mom, can you come pick me up from school?" And the mom will just be like, "Okay," and come and get the kid. Like, uh, my wife had a child in her class who told his mom that he didn't have classes in the afternoon, which is why he was failing his afternoon classes. And so it was a complete surprise to her when she gets the call, "Hey, your son is failing his class that he's never there for." And she's like, "Well, he said he didn't have a class." And it's like, "Well, why wouldn't he have a class in the afternoon? It's not a thing." We don't just like give time off for good behavior. And my guess is that this student wouldn't have been getting time off for good behavior anyway. So yeah. Oh, dingus, come at me, brosif. Anyway, so the point is, like, the thing that I tell my students all the time, and I swear to you that this is true, is that if my mother called me from school, and in those days that would mean a call would go out on the intercom for me to go to the office and pick up a landline, which was the only way that parents could get a hold of me, is via a landline that I would have to walk to. Anyway, and so they, goodness, I need dirt blocks. How often can you not find dirt, or not dirt, sand? Anyway, so yeah, I would get the call, or I would get called out on the intercom. I would go to the office, uh, and and if it was my mother calling, then I knew that one of two things had just taken place. It would be guaranteed that it was one of two things. One of two things, and these two things only. No random, odd other things. Like, that either someone that I knew had given birth or someone that I knew had died. And those were the only times in which I would get that call. Literal life and death. And it's funny because I don't think she planned it that way at all. I think that that's, you know, my parents placed great value on education, which is why so many of their children have college degrees. All of us have at least attended some college, and the vast majority of us have college degrees, and several of us have advanced degrees. So, negative 1263. All right. Just in case I get lost, I'm going to wander this way and see if I can find freaking sand. Anyway, so yeah, when I get that text from my parents, I know that it is significant, that it can't possibly be, you know, some nonsense going on. Like, also because we've had health scares with both of my parents in recent years, you know, my mother is 1 month out from a successful operation on her cancer, which they removed a baseball-sized tumor from her kidney. Well, they removed the kidney that it was attached to. So, yeah, that's how they got rid of that. And she is still recovering and doing fine. Anyway, my father 2 years ago, I guess, had a blood clot in his lung that could have easily killed him. I can't remember. There have been so many times that I've started this video and then restarted it because I didn't like what I was doing or whatever, or I had to stop in the middle because I was getting phone calls from family, you know, like you do. And Anyway, so there we go. Um, Yay, the bee enters the hive. Now I know about the bees. If I could just learn about the birds, I'd be set. Anyway, so, yeah. When I get the call from the parents that says, hey, call us as soon as you can, I was heading into my honors class. And because it was my honors class, I told them politely, they're all working independently on research projects. They don't need that much guidance from me right now, because they have their tasks laid out ahead of them, and so they know what they're doing. They know what they need to do. They are peer editing and revising their research paper drafts, so it is less, time with me sitting in the classroom telling them what's what. Anyway, so yeah, that is so. Um, so I was able to step outside, and I called uh my parents. Uh, I was at least relieved to know that they were both there. Um, okay, there was like a 64 here, and it was like 12 here, so I gotta be like this way. Anyway, so yeah, I called my parents, and my mom was inconsolable, and my father was his usual stately but calm self. But like also you could tell that things were not well. Anyway, so they they asked me where I was, and like if it was okay if I was in a place where I could talk, and I told them, wait, hold on, how it's gonna be night before too long, and I'm gonna uh anyway, oh look, you can see all of my system resources and whatnots. How can I not find a simple set of coordinates at this point in my Minecrafting career? What dingus? Come on. I'm talking myself in circles. Let me reach my Minecraft mine, and then I will tell you what I was told on the phone, because I feel too distracted at present to really handle this. Um, -12. Okay. It's going to be back this way, I feel like. So it was like -1263. Oh, who cares anymore? I just need to get there.
Did you find your sand?
I found sand. Now I can't find home. Is this the Big Rock Candy Mountain that's close to my... Oh, Shiza home. I don't know. I don't know where home is anymore. God, where is my freaking home? This is so frustrating, people. I so very, very frustrated. And at this moment in time, this is not a good time to be frustrated by Minecraft. I don't give a crap. Kill me. I don't care. Like, this is just a stupid game, but where's my freaking home? Hold up. I'm going to look. I'm going to actually watch my own video and find my stupid coordinates. Hold up. Okay. -12, -63. Dingus. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, get out of my way. Uh, yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. Wait, what? Where am I going? Like, what am I doing? Do I know how to read Minecraft coordinates? I don't give a crap about you guys. You guys suck. Shoot me, I don't care. Yeah, do it. Can't even see. Can't even freaking see what's in front of me. It's too dark. I've got F3 on. Oh, son of a... Okay, hold up. Okay, God. All right, let me just be honest with you. I am not good at playing this game right now. Some would argue I'm not good at playing it in general. Those people I don't give a crap about. Anyway, they simply don't matter to me whatsoever. Their opinions are nothing. Anyway, the fact is, like, um, I'm in a state of grieving, and so, like, my mind is not clear. I'm not thinking well. I'm not operating at peak efficiency. So if that's a problem for you, I don't know, like, do whatever it is you do. Watch something else. Anyway, so yeah, sorry if I seem like angry, but like this game was pissing me off because in my present state of mind, I could not find my own home, which is ridiculous. Like, that's not normally a problem. Like, following coordinates is not normally something that I struggle with in Minecraft. But I'm struggling with it today. That's for dang sure. Oh, great. I don't have any coal saved up. Guess what? You don't have any coal. Who needs a double furnace? Anyway, because we need some torches up in this piece. Anyway, so, yeah, let's talk about why I am in a state of mourning. Um, I don't remember exactly where I was in the story or if I had said it or not. I think that I had not said it because I couldn't find my freaking home. So I intentionally allowed myself to be killed so that I could get home, and I lost all my stuff in the process. But who gives a crap? It's just material possessions that aren't even real. Like, I can't be materialistic in a game. Uh, that's insanity. What am I doing with my life at that point? Um. Anyway, so uh, yeah, my parents. I got a hold of my parents. My father was you know, somber. My mother was crying and obviously having a difficult time. And so I knew that it was very serious. Um, and indeed it was. They informed me that this morning my older brother Robert passed away, and he is the oldest of my siblings. He is one of only two brothers that I have, and now he is gone. Um, and look, I I know that as one of the few godless heathens in the family, that my lack of belief in afterlife and in surviving one's own death is, you know, many of my believing siblings will see that as highly problematic. That's all right. You believe what you believe. I believe what I believe. Actually, my family is lovely. Sometimes we are the absolute best at just letting the elephant in the room trample all over the carpet, and we just won't say a word about it. Not because we don't love and respect each other, but because we do. We love and respect each other so much that we are not willing to intentionally injure each other um, just to make a point or just to, you know, um, yeah, I don't know why we would like we don't we sometimes avoid those very difficult conversations, not because we are not capable of having them, but because we choose not to, for various reasons. Anyway, so yeah, my family, the vast majority of whom are still uh, active in the religion in which I was raised, and of course I am not. Uh, they have been nothing but delightful to me. You know, I can tell you that a lot of people in my situation, a lot of us, you know, former believers turned godless heathens, do not have it so lucky in terms of how we are treated by friends and family. And I wish that that were not the case, but it is indeed the case with a lot of people. Um, and so, you know, people get ostracized, people get mistreated, people get, you know, all kinds of bad things happen when people, you know, for one reason or another, make the decision to leave the faith that they were brought up in, you know, and especially the particular faith that I was brought up in. You know, sorry, believing family members, but you know this to be true, that some believers can be very cruel and callous and unfeeling when someone leaves the faith, and can treat people with great malice. And uh, you know, there's a well documented fact going back to the 19th century. Anyway, my family has been delightful on that account. They have not let differences in belief affect our family ties, and that is remarkable, and that is as it should be, I believe. And certainly the person who brought us into that state of being more than any other is my older brother Robert, who was the first in the family to leave the faith. Now, I my whole purpose in doing this, my Minecraft is my the This is my journaling. This is the place where, as silly as it is, ridiculous as it is, if you had asked my older brother, hey, would you like your younger brother to play a game of Minecraft and talk about you, and then post it on the internet for potentially random strangers to see? Random strangers won't see this. My videos are long, tedious, and boring. They are that way intentionally, because I don't make them for anyone else. I make them for myself, and that is it. And so it is, pure expression and nothing else. Anyway, so yeah, I want to talk about my brother, about who he was, about what he meant to me, about what he meant to my family, and start unpacking some of this baggage that will need to be unpacked in the coming weeks and months ahead, because you know here's an interesting thing. I talk with my students about death constantly, all the time, all the time. Uh, and they are weirded out about it. But I mean, I couch my honors course in existentialism, which means you're going to talk about death. Like, you can't teach existentialism and not cover death, because you need to talk about Heidegger, you need to talk about being towards death. Now, I can tell you this: my older brother would have absolutely been delighted that I mentioned Heidegger in, not because he was particularly a fan. As a matter of fact, all of my favorite philosophers, my older brother was very fond of pointing out that they were all either co-opted by the Nazis or were themselves Nazi sympathizers. So thanks for that. Um, Heidegger predated the Nazis, but they found his philosophy good, and yeah. Anyway, I can't live my life, trying to account for what Nazis have done with things that I care about. Like, Nazis are bad. Um, Unlike our former president, I can say that categorically. Nazis, as it turns out, are bad. It's true. Anyway, sorry to make it political. I know that my mother wishes that I never would. I can't help being who I am, and that is something that we will need to talk about also, being who you are. Anyway, uh, so I don't think that I am skilled enough or knowledgeable enough to give a proper life sketch of my brother right now. I would need to do a considerable amount more research than I have done, which is to say that I have done zero. Uh, I am relying solely on my own knowledge. See, look at this. I can walk on my garden and not have it get immediately uh, unplowed. This is the most ridiculous part of Grognard Minecraft. And quite frankly, I'm happy to not be playing Grognard Minecraft anymore. Anyway, so yeah. Um, let's talk about my brother Robert. I will tell you this from the get go. Uh, he um he was a very unique individual. That's the only thing that can be said about it. You have not met anyone like him, unless you have met him. And now, if you have not, that opportunity is lost to you forever, and to your great loss, because he was a remarkable person in so many ways. So if we go back to his birth, he was not born in the most favorable of circumstances. Not that he was in extreme danger of not surviving his own birth. Let's put it that way. He had to be airvac'd out. He had to be flown to the Tucson, to the U of A medical centers there, where he spent the first couple of weeks of his life, I believe. And they were able, obviously, spoiler alert, to save his very young life. He was able to come home. And, my parents, my parents have many children. My mother had a stillborn child who would have been the oldest, and she still celebrates her birthday, the birthday of the child whose name would have been Julie. Anyway, celebrates and remembers, you know, and yeah, that is, so my parents had a difficult time getting their family started. Obviously, they had a desire. My mom had a desire to have a family. She comes from a family of 11. And so obviously the big family ideal. My father comes from a family of 3 brothers. And so obviously the big family concept is much more prevalent on my mom's side of the family. But yeah, my parents clearly did want to have kids. They did want to have a lot of us, and indeed they eventually did. But early on, it was not a fait accompli. It was not assured that my parents would be able to have the children they desired. They had a stillbirth, which is, if you think about it, an incredibly painful and difficult thing to go through. To have to go through the birthing process, and in the end to still not have your child, to give birth and then have a funeral. That is the saddest thing I can imagine. And my parents went through that. And then they had a child who almost did not make it, who is my older brother, Robert. But he made it. Now, he was not always in the best of health. He suffered from epilepsy throughout his life. Now, when people think epilepsy, they tend to think the violent shaking variety. That does not describe what my brother's experience was. He had a form of catatonic epilepsy where it would be like his mind simply shut off for a while. He would go blank, is kind of how my parents explained it to us. Because, it's a very scary medical condition. I mean, we kids were not easy on our parents medically growing up. Like, I had, chronic sore throats. Most of my siblings had chronic ear infections. My little sister had an eardrum that just fell out one night. We all have terrible hearing. I have permanent tinnitus. I wonder which and how many of my siblings are the same. But yeah, I would not be surprised if several of them had tinnitus as well. Anyway, so yeah, we have terrible hearing. We had various maladies uh, throughout the years, but my brother Robert's were by far the most concerning. There was concern about, well, will he be able to drive a car? Because what if he suffers a catatonic episode while driving and then just, plows into a number of other cars because he is not aware of what his body is doing, you know? And yeah, catatonia is not simply, well, I suppose it may have its own varieties, but what my brother suffered from is not merely just freezing up and standing still. No, if he is standing, then he will fall over. And without bracing himself for impact and without the ability to catch himself at all. And so he could fall. In fact, did fall completely flat on his face and really damage himself. The epilepsy did eventually it abated for a time, then returned later in life, unfortunately. Anyway, and so this was something that was deeply concerning to my parents, that they had a child who had these health problems, and so he spent a lot of time in doctors' offices growing up. And I remember my parents were worried about me as well because, I don't know. I guess I was a concerning child. Still am, by the way, a fully grown man, and still probably deeply concerning to my parents for reasons that are fully justified and justifiable. Anyway, but yeah, so I remember my brother used to have to go and get EEGs, electroencephalograms, which that's where they attach suction cups to your head and they measure your brain activity, which is, in someone who suffers from epilepsy, it's a good thing because you can start to see like how the epilepsy is triggered. You can get a sense for how to treat it. And these are all very, very important, worthwhile things to be able to do if you are someone who suffers from epilepsy. And so, like, my parents spent a great deal of time with my brother getting EEGs and whatnot. And they at one point decided that they needed to take me as well to get EEGs. And yeah, I didn't know why at the time. I was very young. I was like 7, 8 years old. And anyway, so I went, and I think they didn't know. And kudos to my parents. They often don't know what to make of me, and that holds true for a lot of people. And anyway, as it turned out, I didn't have epilepsy. I was just a space case. So just a weird kid, as it turned out. And that you can't treat, you can't fix. You just let him loose on the world and hope he doesn't do too much damage. And so far, so good, I guess. Anyway, so yeah, my brother had a number of health scares early on in life. It was by no means assured that he would survive as long as he did. And so in many ways, it's a wonderful thing that he was able to have the life that he had. And so, yeah, and hold up, I need to go get myself a drink of water because my throat is going dry, but I want to continue. All right, and I'm back. So let's talk about some of the more unique and interesting aspects of my brother, he he was not like other kids his age, no matter what his age. Um, he just never was. He was always, first of all, always learning, always curious about the world, its peoples, its languages, especially. Um, uh, by the time he died, he was fluent in, I believe, 8 languages. Um, and had traveled a good portion of the world, putting those languages to use. Um, and he could read, write, speak so many languages. Smatterings of many others. Uh, your standard. French, German, Spanish, etc. Your major European languages, yes, he knew those. He also spent time in Korea as an English teacher, um, where he learned Korean, which is a very difficult language. And yeah, and he had this fascination with languages from a very early age. Um, he always did. I think it's interesting that at a time, kids in the 1980s were taught to be fearful of Russia. We were just taught that Russia could attack at any time, and they are the enemy, and that we need to be prepared for them to attempt to destroy our nation and our entire way of life at any point for literally no reason. And yet, my brother was fascinated by Russia and its people. I think a big gateway to that, a big key in his interest there, is that he, throughout his life, only listened to classical music. Now, my family was talking earlier that he did have phases of interest in other music, which he does not like to discuss. I will not discuss, for his benefit. I will say that, like, he did like some Dave Brubeck. Why? Well, because Dave Brubeck is classically trained. And so there you go. Um, he was all about classical music from a fairly early age, and you know in the 1980s, when he was going to school, that does not typically earn you a lot of friends. When everybody else is into the things that are happening in the 80s. um, you don't see a lot of 80s movies where it's like, oh, this is the popular kid. He plays the piano and listens, like my older brother's hero in high school was Stravinsky. And you don't meet a lot of kids who are the popular kid in high school who are into Stravinsky. In some ways, when I was coming of age, my own self, I kind of resented my brother for not presenting me with the standard older brother type of experience where, you know, uh, he'll tell you, oh, here's how you get girls and stuff. Uh, because he did not get girls and stuff, to the surprise of no one. Um, and so when I grew up to be the incredibly timid, very strange person that I am, who in my high school years was often sad and lonely, and wishing that I knew anything about what girls like. I would sometimes resent that my older brother was who he was. Uh, but you know that has certainly faded in time. Because first of all, he cannot help who he was any more than I could help who I was, and I will talk about a certain aspect of my brother that I did not appreciate at the time, but have come to respect and admire greatly in the time since. Um, but yeah, he uh, um, hmm, yeah, he was a different type of kid. You just didn't meet a lot of kids like him. He was a fantastic pianist. He was an aspiring conductor. You know, people would talk about it, you have your classic like 1980s metalhead where you pull up to the traffic light and they are headbanging or playing air guitar uh, in time with their favorite metal type songs. Well, my brother would be air conducting in the car, like wildly gesticulating in time with the music, often, trying to see if he could conduct polyrhythms, which he could. Not an easy thing to do. Ask anyone who has attempted it. But it's the sort of thing that he uh, was into at an early age because obviously Stravinsky, Durr. I don't need to tell you about Stravinsky anyway. Um, yeah, it's funny because he liked a lot of music that was very challenging. You know, introduced me to Philip Glass and John Cage at a fairly young age. Introduced me to what is his name? The mind is failing. There was an album that we had. Hold up, I'm going to Google it. Where's my phone? Never mind. We'll alt tab out of this, and I will. We're doing it live. As what's his name? That sex offender that used to work for Fox News. No, not that one. The other one. No, not that one. The other one. Sorry, Mom. Stephen Reich. Yeah. The Kronos Quartet. A performance of different trains. Yeah, it was, for a kid to be listening to. It was a challenging piece of music. Um, but not only did he not shy away from such things, he intentionally sought them out. And in the days, this is pre internet, mind you, pre internet in a small rural town in Arizona where cows outnumbered people like 3 to 1. Um, and so for him to have been so knowledgeable at such a young age, he used to read the encyclopedia. Our parents in 1985. Well, it would have been 84 because they bought us the 85 edition. It's always a year earlier. So 1984, I would have been 4 years old, going on 5. Yeah, that timeline makes sense given how old everybody else was. My parents bought a set of the World Book Encyclopedia, and we were told that we were not allowed to read it until we were 8. My parents were concerned, and justifiably so, about younger kids just tearing up the books. And so my older brother began reading them as one might read a novel and just absorbing the information. And I would look over his shoulder and wish that I could read the encyclopedia. When I became of age, I began attempting to read the encyclopedia, but did not make the kind of progress that he made in that particular task. So, yeah, he was always full of such knowledge. You you know, people joke about me and about like, oh, he, wins all the trivias and knows all the things. And I am telling you, that compared to my older brother, I know very little and understand very little and am rather small intellectually because he knew so much. Like, here is the difference between my brother and I, is that I can say, oh, there was a study in which this was the methodology and this was the result. And he will say, ah, yes, that study was performed by such and such in this year for this university. And here were the co authors. And here's more information than you provided. Or perhaps here is where your description of the study was wildly incorrect or incoherent. Yeah, that is the difference between the two of us. Now, granted, I acknowledge openly the fact that there are not a lot of people who can actively hold conversations on, well, there was a study performed in which, but there are even fewer people who can be like, well, here are the details of that thing that you know a smattering about. And that was always the case, like I know a smattering of information about philosophy. He holds an advanced degree in philosophy, so that therein lies the difference between us. But as you know, as we got older, my brother and I found that we are very similar in a number of ways, and that we can converse on topics that not everyone in the family has the inclination, the patience, or I don't know, the interest to converse about. And so, yeah, our conversations at family reunions, concerning the politics of small European countries, that was a favorite topic of his. If you wanted to know how to become a citizen of Liechtenstein, which I know thanks to him, he was the source of that information. If you wanted to know what it's like to live in Luxembourg, if you wanted to know about Andorra, a country so small and relatively inconsequential that few people even know it exists, including people who live right next door to it. It's a very small country. I'll, I'll give you bonus points if you know where Andorra is without googling it. Did you guess between Spain and Portugal? You are correct. If you guessed anything else, I'm sorry, you are incorrect. Anyway, but those are the kinds of things that my brother and I would like to talk about. And I don't know who I'm going to speak about such things with now. Yeah, I don't have anybody else. There is no one else with whom I can converse on these wildly esoteric and, I don't know, for most people, rather boring topics. Anyway, interestingly, my brother was not the best student in school, as is often the case, and I can speak to this somewhat, given the fact that I didn't do particularly well in my freshman year of high school, and I nearly flunked sophomore English and still somehow managed to get placed in honors English my junior year. And once I was presented with a decent challenge, all of a sudden I started to flourish as a student. Go figure. I wonder how many of my students are in a similar position. You know, students that I look at and I'm like, wow, you are incredibly lazy and bad at being a student. I wonder if they're sitting there and thinking, like, wow, you are incredibly boring and bad as a teacher. Um, because it is entirely possible. It's not only possible, it's likely. It's not only likely, I'm absolutely assured that it is the case for at least some of my students. And unfortunately so. Anyway, but yeah, my brother, a true scholar, the sort of person who spent his entire life in the pursuit of knowledge and held more knowledge in his head than anyone I've ever met. And I've spent a fair bit of time in academia, and I'm telling you, I don't know anyone, and I've never known anyone who could converse on as varied and as many varied and sundry topics, and with as much depth of knowledge and authority as my older brother Robert. I defy you to find me someone like that. And if you do, I'll be friends with them, because I have a gaping hole in my life now that used to be filled by my brother and will need to be filled desperately. Anyway, so yes, he was a scholarly person, but this did not also mean that he was, you know, all business all the time, that he was a child who wore jackets with patches on the elbow. No, he also he always had a great sense of humor. He was a huge fan, as we were talking today. He was a huge fan of Gary Larson's Far Side comic strips, which are hilarious and awesome. And he would post them, like, even you know, relatively soon before his death, he was posting Far Side cartoons to our family group chat, you know. And so he did have a great sense of humor. He was also a big fan of Dave Barry, which, you know, Dave Barry has a very self-deprecating wit, and, you know, tends to, you know, he wrote a book called Boogers Are My Beat, meaning that, you know, he worked for the Miami Herald, and told an awful lot of booger jokes, but also, like, David Barry, Dave Barry, is, you know, a very intelligent person. He's a Pulitzer Prize winner, for crying out loud, and you know, he is one of the great American humorists. And the oftentimes simplicity of his wit was hiding a much more complex mind. And, you know, my brother obviously saw that. One of his favorites, and one of my favorites, I have a copy of it on my bookshelf right. No, my bookshelves have been rearranged since the flood in our house. It used to be right there. I'm pointing to where it is on a video in which you cannot see me point. It makes an awful lot of sense. The grieving has made me insane. Anyway, but Dave Barry Slept Here. Dave Barry Slept Here is a riotously funny history book. One of the funniest things about it is that at the end of every chapter, he would do two things. He would toss in the sentence, "Meanwhile, women and minority groups were making significant contributions." Um, because, that's a real stab at the way history was written and the way in which history is being rewritten in an attempt to incorporate the contributions of women and minorities who did, in fact, make significant contributions, which were not chronicled well enough by the annals of history as we have received them from the writers of history, who, for the longest time, have been predominantly wealthy white men. Um, so yeah, you get the history of the world through the eyes and for the benefit of other wealthy white men. Um, oh God, these dinguses! I'm not ready for you. I don't have armor on. Run. Which one's run? This one. There we go. You coming at me, bro? I'm gonna go get some armor, and I don't have any food, so this is gonna be a problem. I might die. Oh well. Anyway, so yeah, my brother also had a great sense of humor, which he uh used to great effect throughout his life. He had a very silly sense of humor, and could appreciate, very highbrow as well as very lowbrow types of humor. And so that is something that needs to be said about him as well. Um, anyway, so let me try to go kill these dinguses, and then I will continue with my spiel, which I feel is woefully inadequate. I require the input of my parents, of my siblings, for an even, marginally good take on the life of my brother. But let's go and kill some dinguses. Where'd they go? Did they despawn because I went into my mine? No, they're still over there. Okay. Because the raid is on. I can get shot here in a second. Yeah, that's right. Yo, dog. You dead, dog. Where are the others? I want the one with the banner. I collect those. They're highly collectible. Suppose I could come over here and kill some more sheepies and get me some delicious mouton. Uh, anyway, um, yeah. Like I was saying, I would require a lot more insight and a lot more input than I have at present in my shocked and grieving state. Quite frankly, I don't know if it sounds like I'm shocked and grieving. I often feel like I'm a bit of an emotional robot, which is, my wife assures me, is not fair to me. Um, but I am known for being not fair to me, so that's what you get, you know. Middle child, chronic haver of low self-esteem. So what are you gonna do? Um, anyway, there we go. Now we have some delicious mutton. Um, anyway, yeah. So he had a great sense of humor. which we all benefited from and enjoyed. Um, anyway, he I don't think there are any other baddies around. Um, but yeah, one of the most, and we're getting into something that is not going to be a favored topic for many of my family members, but is something that needs to be talked about. Which is that now, granted, I make this YouTube channel, and quite frankly, apologies to family members if I send you links to this YouTube channel and you see that like the last 5 games that I have played have been adult type titles. Don't watch those, please, for the love of all things holy. Don't watch those. They are not safe for you. Nope, indeed they are not. Uh, anyway, I think I will spell that out if I do end up sending links to people. Um, so anyway, there we go. Uh, anyway, one of the things that absolutely needs to be talked about is the fact that my older brother was the first member of our family to leave the faith in which we were raised. Now, um, I fully intend and have intended to do a oh yeah, in case you didn't know, I have my Minecraft set on Shakespearean English, which is why it's footfalls and ere sunset or storm thou mayest slumber. Yeah, but it's almost sunset. Anyway, um so I will talk about this in greater detail in another Minecraft episode where I can just ramble on incessantly. But my brother was the first to leave the Mormon faith in which we were raised. The vast majority of my family remains in the faith. And I will say this for my family. Like, I believe I've said it before, and I will say it again. For better or for worse. And it is quite literally sometimes for the better, and it is quite literally sometimes for the worse. We are the reigning world champions of ignoring elephants that are tramping madly through our rooms. Wait, why is. I've done a bad thing. I've grossly miscalculated my garden. I suppose I could plow that up and it would work, but it looked terrible, and it's all about the optics. Anyway, so, yeah, and this one will need to be filled as well because it will also be off. Anyway, so at the tender age of 14, uh, my brother, of his own accord, began reading. Like, we used to spend a lot of time in the library, and we had instilled in us early a love of books. My grandmother was a librarian. I was a librarian for a while. As a matter of fact, I helped many of my siblings get jobs in the library at the community college that we all attended, where our parents met, and where my uncle is dean of students to this very day. Anyway, it is in so many ways the family college. Anyway, but yeah, so we had a lifelong love of books and of learning, and my brother Robert epitomized those things. And as a young man, he began to read uh, some would say critical histories, which critical in an academic sense is not a bad word. I know that some people are like critical. It means that it's all naysaying. But when you talk about critical thinking, you're not talking about specifically naysaying things. You're talking about examining the evidence for what it indicates and following those indications to their logical end. That is the critical thinking, and my brother was a master of critical thinking. Say what you will about him in other regards, and I wish you wouldn't. If you have anything negative to say, please keep it to yourself, at least for the time being. Anyway, but at the age of 14, he checked out some books from the library, which were, some would say, critical histories, some would say anti-Mormon, which is a dirty fighting word, quite frankly. It's a term that means I don't have to listen to you. It's a term that means I can immediately discount everything you say because it is steeped in anti-Mormonity, anti-Mormonism, Mormonity, not a word. That's when you have, you got one manatee, the sea cow, and then you get another and you have more manatee. That's a terrible pun. That's for you. My brother would have groaned at that joke. He would have also secretly enjoyed it. So you're welcome. Anyway, uh, so this is a topic of some controversy, and I'm going to try to treat it with care, but also understand this. Like, one of the things I told my younger brother Paul today, and I promise you, Paul, if you hear this, which you don't, have this kind of time to listen to multi-hour long dingus Minecraft episodes of YouTube, like, that kind of time, and quite frankly, you're better off without it. Anyway, but I was telling my brother Paul, and I did not intend it, as I was thinking about it, I was like, he was being very sweet and sincere with me, and I said something that, if taken the wrong way, makes me seem like a real jerk. But I of course didn't mean it in that way, and I know that my brother Paul does not think that I was being an insensitive jerk. Anyway, but one of the things when my wife and I made our own way out of the church, which will be the subject of another Minecraft episode. Why? Because, well, it is known, Khaleesi. Because I have children who are children of record, because they were born to parents who were married in the temple, and because I never bothered to take my name off the records of the church for a multitude of reasons, namely among them being that, like, when we were leaving the church, I thought it was enough to break my mother's heart once, and that I didn't need to do it multiple times, because I know that she sees the family history records for our family much more often than anyone else in the family, and that they are much more important to her. And even if I am still a member of the church only nominally, certainly not in belief, and certainly not in the life that I am living. But yeah, what are you gonna do? I tried to be respectful to my believing family members by not, hastily yanking my name off the records of the church, even though I do think that it's kind of funny that I still count as a member on the membership rolls when most churches would have kicked me out a long time ago, not for being mean, but for just not showing up. Uh, most churches will remove you from the membership rolls if you miss, so few as a couple of months of church. They'll be like, they'll send you something like, "Hey, are you still with us?" Wait, what? Gear furnished? Who's furnishing gear? Where are footfalls happening? Anyway, uh, anyway, yeah, the thing that I told my younger brother today is that, and this is something that I have come to know very painfully. Let me just speak for a brief moment about my own exit from the church. Um, it's a grieving process. You're losing a lot when you leave the church. You do. You lose community. You are bound to lose friends. A lot of people lose their family. A lot of people's marriages end. And it's funny. Whoa, wandering merchant. Oh, this fool. Come to sell me the worst things ever. Let's see these terrible deals. A nautilus shell. I didn't even know that was a thing. Ooh, I could give you an emerald and get blue dye, or I could go over there and get blue flowers and get it, you silly butt. An emerald for a pumpion? Are you crazy? You are outside your dang mind. I wonder how many deals I would have to make with you before they began to make any degree of sense, good sir. If I watched Minecraft videos at all, and I think the way that I play Minecraft shows that I don't watch Minecraft videos at all. Anyway, because there's probably some much more efficient way to do what I'm doing right now, but I don't know, whatever. I don't play for efficiency's sake. I play because playing Minecraft puts me in a meditative state of mind, and that is what is important to me. Anyway, so there are things that so when I made my own way out of the church, you go through the stages of grief, and one of the great problems that you run into when you are going through this process is that you will be on, one of the later stages of grief, but your family, who is just finding out what a godless heathen you've become, they are in the first the denial stage, then the anger stage. Boy, can't wait to get into the anger stage in the grieving process for my brother. I'm not looking forward to that, quite frankly. Anyway, but it's very often a problem, and I may very well have damaged one of the relationship with one of my extended family members irreparably by things that I said on Facebook. Oh, the dingest most of things. Like, could we rewind time and just not do Facebook? Like, the benefits of Facebook are few and far between, and the negatives of Facebook are, I don't know. Well, it could cost us our democracy. Like, our country could come to an end over stupid things said on Facebook, and I wish that it were not so, but in fact, it is so. It be so, very much so. Anyway. So yeah, let's all burn Facebook to the ground. And go make Zuckerberg live in Russia and bring Snowden back. I know I sound like a complete radical. but that's because I am, I guess. Anyway, sorry, not to make it too much about me, but it's a process going through what you go through. And one of the things that you learn becoming an ex Mormon is that there are things that you cannot talk to Mormons about. And it's not that you don't want to, you desperately want to. You absolutely want to. You want to more than anything in the world. But you can't. You can't. Because there is now an inseparable gulf between you. And that is not something that they have wished and brought into existence, and it's not something that you have wished and brought into existence. It's just something that is. I'm sure that it's very much the same with, former Jehovah's Witnesses and their family members or any other, highly regulated faith, which actually Jehovah's Witnesses are becoming less strict, apparently, because I have a Jehovah's Witness student who was telling me that she could watch Smurfs if she wanted to, which, if you know anything about Jehovah's Witnesses, what? Being able to watch Smurfs, that's like rule number one of being a Jehovah's Witness, is that Smurfs are the devil. At least it was in the 80s. Anyway, I know that sounds ridiculous, but think about how ridiculous your things sound when explained by people who don't believe them. Anyway, which quite frankly is a very big sticking point for believing Mormons. Like, you don't want your faith to be described by people who don't believe in it because it seems tilted unfairly away from you. Of course, if you have it described by believers, then it's tilted unfairly toward you, and there's no real objective way of handling that entire situation. I'm sorry, religion is a finicky thing, and that's why people prefer not to talk about it in polite company. But I am not polite company. If you've learned one thing about me in this world, is that I'm not polite company. Okay, I'm going to quit hemming and hawing. I'm going to quit hedging and equivocating, and I'll just get to the friggin' point. Here's a fact. I don't care whether you are a believing Mormon or not. Quite frankly, some of my very favorite people in the world are believing Mormons. And so, the old chestnut about leaving the church and not being able to leave it alone. Like, I desperately try to leave it alone, but the members are delightful. It keeps finding me, which was a thing recently. Like, you know, I'll tease this out, but what? What? Oh, am I gonna kill him? Oh, I am. Uh, oh, I got leather and tethers. I didn't want to kill him, but he was attacking me. He came at me. You saw it. I feel terrible. Um, I've never killed a merchant in Minecraft. I try to kill as few things as possible. I didn't even want to kill those sheep. I just needed to get my health back up. You see me gardening, right? I'm very early in this world, and I'm already gardening because I try to go vegetarian early in Minecraft. Unlike in real life, where I'm like, is it made out of meat? Then I will have it. Anyway. Yes, more equivocation and not getting to the point. Um, okay. Regardless of whether or not you are a believing Mormon or not, here is a fact about my brother that is absolutely true. Is that he is one of the most courageous people I have ever known. Because you think about it, at the age of 14, he was willing to tell his parents that he firmly believed that they were wrong about religion. Now, here's the funny thing about that is that that's kind of the Joseph Smith story. Um, and Joseph Smith is upheld in the Mormon faith as an ideal, um, and something to be emulated. And his young tendency to have an interest in religions. Robert had an interest in world religions. My mother brought up the fact that one Halloween, my brother, when asked what do you want to be for Halloween, he said a rabbi, and and my mom was like, okay, how do we do that? And he gave her instructions, and she did the best she could at turning a young kid into a rabbi. So he always had an interest in world religions. That's part of who he was as a person, and he could converse, far and wide on issues of religion, and it didn't matter which sect you were talking about, which religious tradition you were talking about. He had a depth of knowledge in any area you wish to speak. Um, and quite frankly, there are things that I learned from my brother, which I would later share with my brother-in-law, who is a professor of religious studies at the University of Arizona. And my brother-in-law would say, "Huh, really? I didn't know that." And these are things that my older brother Robert would just drop casually into conversation that someone with a PhD in religious studies did not know. So yeah, there you go. That's the kind of person that he was when it came to knowledge about religion. Um, but it doesn't matter the religion that you are raised in. For a child to tell their parents, I think that you were wrong about the religion that you raised me in. It's something that is celebrated in a number of religions. If a teenage kid wants to join the Mormon church, then that is celebrated. If his parents stand in the way of that, then his parents, quite frankly, and I know this to be true from experience, are demonized to a certain extent. Oh, why won't you let your child join the church? Oh, well, once they turn 18, they'll be able to. And I know many people who were in that exact situation. Their parents didn't want them to become Mormon. And, and then the child, as soon as they were 18, said, well, guess what, Mom and Dad? I'm going to be the most rebellious thing you can think of. I'm going to be a Mormon. True rebel, that rebel spirit. Anyway, I hope this is not offensive to my believing family members. I do intend to share this link because talking about my brother, I think that people might want to hear this. If you don't, please turn it off. It might not be good. I'm very rambly. I'm very long-winded. My older brother had the attention span for my long-windedness and rambly nature because he was very much the same. But I understand if there are those of you who do not share in that aspect. Anyway, I'm going to have to go down into my mind because this is getting too dark. Anyway, but yeah, there are those conversations that Mormons can't have with ex-Mormons, and that is unfortunate, but it's a simple fact of the world. And one of the thing that I told my younger brother is that when my wife and I left the church, we had some lengthy conversations with my older brother where he was finally able to tell us his story. the story of how he lost his faith, the story of how he became Catholic, which is not a normal thing to do. You don't find a lot of people converting from Mormonism to Catholicism, and certainly even if they do that, they aren't becoming Catholic priests by and large. He was very unique. Uh, you just don't meet a lot of people like my brother Robert. You don't, because they simply do not exist elsewhere in the world, and now not even in the world. Um, and so yeah, the he he read a great deal, and in his reading he came to the conclusion that the faith that he was raised in was not true, and he had the guts to tell his parents what he thought. And I know that my parents, uh, this, you know, is not going to bring back a lot of happy memories, um, because it was not necessarily handled that well by them or by him at the time. There were a lot of, Sunday morning shouting matches and whatnot. Um, okay. And, it was a very tense time. He was the oldest. He was, supposed to be the first one to, go on a mission and to do all of the things that good Mormon boys do. And it's not that he was not a good person. He was. He always was a good person. But there was that difference of faith very early on that became a big sticking point. And, in my parents' defense, like, you are not prepared as a parent. First of all, no one prepares you to be a parent. Every parent screws up with their kids somehow, some way, large or small. My parents are wonderful people. My older brother, loves and reveres, loved and revered my parents. And, um, you know, e- even with everything that they went through in those times, would not speak ill of them, um, because he loved and respected them. And I can tell you that, when my brother was finally living the life that he had always, that quite honestly he was made for. If you knew him, then you know that the life that he got to live in the final years was the life that, the best possible circumstance for him, which, that fact brings quite a bit of consolation to my family. That, you know, uh, you can say that a person died doing what they loved, but if they died by not having their parachute opening, that is a terrible thing and a tragedy that could have been averted. But if they spent their life in the pursuit of religion and religious knowledge, and desiring desperately to leave the religion they were raised in and to go another way to find their own path in the world, and for them to be able to do that and do it to the fullest extent that they wish to do it. Um, it, it's a great thing that he was able to do, and it is a great consolation to us that he was able to do that. Um, but it took an immense amount of courage to uh, for him to go the path that he went. For him to early on uh, tell his parents that, quite frankly, he did not want to continue in the religion in which he was raised, a religion which my family had belonged to for generations. And, a religion that places a heavy emphasis on keeping all the family members in and building these lengthy familial ties going back generations of faithful Mormons. That is the ideal family. And for a long time, I always thought we had the ideal family. And the one thing that really shook that notion was the fact that my older brother, like, I was not aware of the tension between my parents and my older brother. I was aware of the tension. I wasn't aware of the content. He was told very specifically to not talk to us about the things that he had discovered. And quite frankly, here is an issue that is still an issue in the Mormon church, and that is the issue of the church's own history and the way that it presents its history. Is it presenting it accurately and honestly? And those of us who are godless heathens will say no, quite frankly, and that's the big sticking point. And those who are on still believing members will say, well, yeah, they do. And you kind of have to agree to disagree. Otherwise, you're never going to get anywhere, because you typically are approaching it from very different points of view. And I wish I could explain without being offensive why there is that difference, and why that is something that you just can't get around with Mormons and non-Mormons, but you can't. It's an unbreachable barrier. But to my family's credit, to their eternal credit, they have been as good and as understanding as possible, especially on my journey, and that is largely due to the fact that my parents saw how things went with my older brother, and saw that they didn't handle things in the best way. Of course, he didn't handle things in the best way either. Everybody gets opportunities to mess up in life, and so they took the lesson, a hard lesson, and have been very good to my wife and I in our godless heathenism. They still love and care about us a great deal, and we just don't talk about some of the more difficult subjects. We just, the elephant walks through the room, and we say, "Wow, boy, is drafty in here," and that's about the extent of it. But I think of the great courage that it took for my brother to make that break, because whether you agree with his decision or not, that is courage in action. That is following through on what you believe is right and what you believe is wrong. And, you can disagree with his conclusions, but consider for a moment the possibility that he was right. And you'll see very clearly that, when everyone is saying it's 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 and you study it out and you look at the information and you realize, oh my God, it's B. It's been B the whole time. The courage that it takes to stand up when everyone else is saying A, for you to stand up and say, no, I'm sorry, it is B, and this is how it actually and truthfully is. Whether or not you and like, quite frankly, here is, as best as I can explain, the unbridgeable gap between Mormons and non-Mormons. is that you can't really understand why anyone would become a non-Mormon if you are a Mormon. And the reason that you can't is that in order to truly understand us, you have to become one of us. And I do, and let me clear this up real quick. If you think that that we spend time sitting around thinking like, oh boy, if we could just get more people on our side, um, I'll tell you this: with so many of the people, like when I first opened up to my brother Robert about my crisis of faith, um, he was very kind. He was very understanding, as anyone would expect. Um, but also, and this is important, he didn't ever say, like, well, I hope you leave the church. Because I began sharing with him before I had left the church, and even before I had made up my mind to leave the church. Um, and anyway, I I opened up to him about some of the things I was experiencing and finding, which of course I was in my mid 30s and was discovering things that he had discovered as a 14-year-old. So let that sink in for a moment. Um, like I, as an adult with the internet and with the skills, the research and critical thinking skills of a man with a master's degree in English, um, I was finally able to understand things that my brother understood as a 14-year-old. So let that sink in. Um, and uh, he never ever said, "Well, I hope you leave the faith." He knew that it was hard, and it is hard. It's a difficult thing to go through. You wouldn't wish it on anyone who didn't have to go through with it. If you are a Mormon and you are happy to be a Mormon, stay a Mormon. Good for you. Like, absolutely, 100%. Like, not a problem. I don't have problems with people who are Mormons who stay Mormons. Do I have problems with some of the, overarching policies of the church? Sure. Do I have problems with some of the very specific things that Mormons might do from time to time? Sure, but they also have problems with things that I do. So we, if we all agreed so much, then we wouldn't have a disagreement, and they would either be ex-Mormons with me or I would be a Mormon with them. Um, and that's the way it goes. Also, by the way, I understand that there have been recent events, recent attempts to distance the church from the term Mormon. I was raised as a Mormon. I was a Mormon for a lot of years. People ask me things, they'd be like, I'm a Mormon. And so, like, it doesn't have a stigma to me. I don't see any reason to use any other term. Um, I have heard people say, like there was a video that I was watching on the internet, and this girl very randomly was like, "Yeah, we don't like that term," and I was like, "What? You don't like that term?" And I had to start because um, since leaving the church, I have largely left it alone. I mean, there was my angry phase when I was angry on the internet, which was terrible for everyone. And my apologies to everyone who was hurt by my anger on the internet. I wish that I wish that Facebook, quite honestly, had not been invented uh, during the time in which I was going through the anger portion of my grieving phase of losing my faith. Um, my apologies. Anyway, so yeah, that was an unfortunate thing. Yeah, my brother had his own anger phase, which rubbed up against my parents in exactly the wrong way, and turned into not fantastic things for them. Um, but like, give kudos to my brother for sticking to his guns, for absolutely sticking to his guns. And I'll tell you this, like, one of the problematic things between Mormons and ex-Mormons is that you can't take us at our word. And this is going to sound patronizing and terrible, but it's true. Whatever reason an ex-Mormon gives you for leaving the faith, you cannot believe that that is the reason that they left the faith. You can't. Like, because if you did, then it would indicate that there are problems with the church. And if there are problems with the church, then how would you continue to stay in it? Um, which, yeah. So it's that whole problem of, like you can't understand me without becoming me. And quite frankly, anybody who's been through that process wouldn't wish it on others simply, because even though we believe that we're right. I mean, we wouldn't be living the way we are if we didn't believe if we didn't believe that we were right. It's not the sort of thing you do. You don't break your own mother's heart and leave the community in which you were raised, um, just because really like coffee. Like that'd be the dumbest thing in the world. And quite frankly, luckily uh, I have a number of things that I call the explanations that Mormons give for why people leave the church. They are they're bad explanations. Let me put that out there. They are not accurate, but they can't possibly be because, like, if the reason that someone gives for leaving the church is that, you know, I'll try and say this as politely as possible, but if the reason is like, well, the founder is a fraud and the church has been defrauding its members for years with, misleading and wildly inaccurate information, okay, all right, uh sorry. Sorry for having said that. Sorry for having sent you a link to a video in which I said that, but that is the polite way of saying it. You wonder why Mormons and ex-Mormons have a hard time getting along, which, by the way, speaks volumes to how wonderful my family is, because we are able to get along so very well in spite of our many differences. Anyway, but uh, if that were the reason that someone gave for leaving the church, is that it's all a bunch of made up malarkey. There we go. There's a much more reasonable way of saying it. Sorry, I'm a bit of a dingus sometimes, and not just sometimes. It's quite frequent. Anyway, so yeah, the reason that I was always told as to why my brother left the faith is that Mormon kids were mean to him and they bullied him and made him feel bad, but the Catholic kids were kind to him, and that's why he tended towards Catholicism. And of course, when I began my own faith crisis and began my own faith transition and journey out of the church. And luckily, so very luckily, my wife made that same transition at the same time. I'm very lucky to have had her, to have her now, and to have her for as long as I possibly can. Um, because you all know I'm a dingus and she is delightful. Um, and yeah, y'all be much sadder at her funeral than mine, and you would be right. Uh, anyway, um, but yeah, I was told the reason that my brother had left the church is because the Mormon kids were mean and the Catholic kids were nice. I can tell you that that is categorically not true. Uh, but of course, like if you are a believing Mormon, you can't believe the reason that he gives for leaving the church. Well, why not? Well, because the reason that he gives for leaving the church strikes at the very root of faith in the church in the first place. And that's why. That's why we can't have that conversation. And that's why you don't ever get to know. And I'm sorry. You don't ever get to know unless you're willing to go through a wild and painful ride of having your faith pulled out by the root. And then going through the delightful process of, breaking your own mother's heart, which I have done. And, is not a good time. Not a good time. Would not recommend. But here is something that I learned from my brother is that you have to live in accordance with what you know to be true. And he did. He did until the end. Now, I am not a Catholic, very conspicuously, and I have so many bones to pick with the Catholic Church on so very many issues. But also, I have a great amount of respect for those who have taken, who took my brother in, and who allowed him to live the life that he always wanted. So very much respect. Those who provided that path for him. It was so sorely needed in his life at that time, and we are all and we will be all grateful that those of you who made that possible for him, that you opened that path. Anyway, so yeah, suffice it to say that if you were to get an open, honest answer out of my brother as to why he left the faith, it had nothing to do with how he was treated, although he was not treated well. It's a predominantly Mormon community. It was founded by Mormons. What do you expect? Like, there's going to be a lot of Mormons there. It's inside the Mormon corridor and is therefore more heavily LDS populated than other areas. So that's what you get. So it doesn't surprise anyone if there are lots of Mormons. Doesn't surprise anyone if some of the Mormons are not the nicest and best of people. There are not nice peoples of all faiths. What, even Buddhists? Yeah, look at Myanmar right now. Look at Sri Lanka. Oh, you haven't looked at Sri Lanka because it doesn't make the news as much? Oh, okay, whatever. I could have talked to Robert about that, but that's neither here nor there. Yeah, the ability to talk with him about things that most people didn't pay any mind to, that is going to be something that I miss about him quite a bit. Anyway, so yeah, he left the church, and he left, I can assure you, for what are very good reasons. And and he, after leaving the church, he went to the college where where my parents met, where my uncle is dean of students to this day. uh yeah, you know it, you love it, home of the fightin' Gila Monsters. um well, not so much anymore. Here they got rid of their football team again. Anyway, uh and anyway, the fact of the matter is that he went to EA. um he was a music major, which is fitting. He was a fantastic pianist. Um, but at a certain point in his life, he realized that too many people are fantastic pianists. And he was like, well, let's be done with that. Let's become an organist instead, which is much more difficult. And much fewer people are great organists than are great pianists, mainly because of the aforementioned difficulty and the fact that the instrument is so much not portable that it is quite literally an entire room unto itself. Like, uh, the great organs of the world, the the organ is not built into the hall, but the hall is built around the organ. Uh, if you're doing it right. And boy, the time I spent talking with my brother about the great organs of the world, some of which he had the pleasure to play. Anyway, but yeah, he was a great pianist, a great organist, and he went to Eastern Arizona College. And it's funny, the band director from Pima once gave me an insight into what Robert was like as a music major in college. He was so very dedicated to to the music. It was so ecstatic about the musical life that he was being able to live, that he took it to some great extremes. One of which was that he apparently more than once showed up late to music theory class with keys imprinted on his face, because he had gone into a practice room. I have all these practice rooms with pianos in them. And he had gone into a practice room and had just stayed in there until he fell asleep and did not wake up until the next day, keys firmly printed on his face. And then he would rush over to music theory class, and everybody would know, like, oh, this guy was sleeping in one of the practice rooms. Uh, that that makes me laugh. But those of you who knew him knew how very deep his love of music was. And I will tell you, quite frankly, when I found out today, I found out right the beginning of second hour, which is my honors class, and I thought that I could make it through my honors class, and of course I couldn't. But I knew that my honors class, they are a captive audience. They have to sit there and listen to me because they're good students. They will sit there and they will actually suffer through my lengthy rants and my lengthy lectures on subjects that they really, really don't care about. Because at any given moment, it's as dangerous to give me an open platform as it would have been to give my brother an open platform. uh, because the ranting and raving that we are capable of, the esoteric knowledge that we are willing to go off on at a moment's notice and just, ramble incessantly on things that nobody else gives the slightest crap about. Um, anyway, it's, yeah, I don't know where I got that. I don't know which member of my ancestry did that to us, but that's something we both have. Um, anyway, so I thought I would stay with my second hour because I would be able to tell them about my brother, and it felt like the thing to do at the time. And I told them, hey, this is what happened. I lost my brother today, and what the world has lost is someone that they, by and large, did not know, in some ways could not know, and in others were not willing to know. Um, and that is one of the unfortunate truths of my brother's passing. I mean, granted, there are many things that you could know about my brother without having to delve too deeply. He was willing to talk to any and everyone on any subject, always. Um, but to really know him as he wanted to be known, um, when my wife and I left the church, or when we were making our way out, it was before we had left. He told us his story and some of the things that he had been through in his life, um and he told us how happy he was that anyone else knew him the way that we were then able to know him, because of our shared understanding of the things that we had been through. Not everyone gets to go through those things, and not everyone should go through those things, quite frankly. Um, and so I'm very proud to say that I knew him in a way that not many other people did or can, and certainly cannot now. Anyway, let's leave this area aside for a moment, and talk about some of the other things that my brother went through. Um, so after making his way out of the church and his various struggles with that, there are many stories I could tell, some of which I don't know if he would like me to tell. So I won't, and I know that this episode is already going to be quite long. Um, here's a little funny story. So, when I came out to my brother for the first time as someone, I actually, by the time I told him, I knew that we were going to be leaving the church, and I had sort of a timeline for when that was going to happen, and then a timeline for when we were going to tell the family. Because, you know, it's best if you plan these things out, because people are going to be hurt, but you can mitigate the damage by trying to do it in a sensible way. Um, I don't know if I did mitigate the damage as much as I could have, but I tried. Um, anyway, so, yeah. Anyway, he, he made his way out of the church, and oh yeah, so I forgot the part I was going to tell you. It's getting late. My brain is not functioning well today for a number of reasons. I'm having a hard time wrapping my mind around the idea of my brother being gone. Um, and of course, because of my uh, godless heathenism, I do not believe I will see him again. I believe that this is the end. And I know that many of my family members will say, "Hey, buck up, buckaroo," because that's how they talk, and they'll say, "No, you're gonna." But uh, yeah, I don't have that belief. And obviously, like, yeah, if I shared that belief, then we wouldn't have a difference of belief, that, that thing we don't talk about. That sometimes is a good thing that we don't talk about, and other times maybe not as much. Anyway, so uh when I came out to him, he was visiting our house in Pima, and I stayed up speaking with him till 2 in the morning. And and then finally, when we finally went to bed, I went into the bedroom where my wife was awoken as I was you know uh trying unsuccessfully to be quiet at getting into bed. Um and she said, "Wow, you're just getting to bed." And I said, "Well, Robert, he just talks and talks and talks." And and then the next morning I slept in because I had stayed up late, and Megan got up at a reasonable hour, as did Robert. And Megan said, "Oh, you seem tired." And Robert was like, "Oh yeah, well, James kept me up till 2 in the morning. You know how that guy is. He just talks and talks and talks." So we each said that about each other, as if, "Oh, he's the problem. Like, I am restrained. I don't go on and on and on. No, certainly not me. Not ever." Uh, uh, anyway, so, um, yeah, I just knowing how this episode is going, this being like the fifth try at it, I know that there are those in my family who are able to render much more concise, much more entertaining um, recounts of my brother and his life, and but I'm sorry. This is what I got. This is who I am. This is how it be. 1, 2, 3, 4. Counting to where to put my torch. Anyway, so yeah. Anyway, let's move on from the faith issue somewhat, because as I may have mentioned, my brother ended up as a Catholic priest, which is uncommon for someone who is raised Mormon. He might have been the only one in the world, for all we know, who was, raised Mormon and converted to Catholicism and then became a priest. Anyway, so how did that all come about? Well, after leaving the church, he ended up living with my grandmother up in Utah, which is a fun place to live when you're fresh out of Mormonism. And I'm actually not joking, because there are a lot of ex-Mormons in Utah. It's one of the easiest places to find ex-Mormons. And one of the people that Robert sought out in his time after leaving the church was Sandra Tanner. Now, Sandra Tanner is an infamous ex-Mormon, and she is the sweetest, nicest lady. I've met her once. The last time I was in Salt Lake. Well, I don't know if it was the last time I was in Salt Lake, but once in the past couple of years, I was in Salt Lake and we had some free time. And my lovely wife was like, "Where would you like to go?" And I said, "I want to go to the, the terrible, horrible anti-Mormon bookstore, and I want to meet Sandra Tanner." And and so Utah Lighthouse Ministries is what the place is called. Sandra Tanner is a devout, believing Christian to this day. She and her husband were the publishers of some of the early, early. I mean, there was anti-Mormon literature. You go back to Stenhouse. You go back to and it's interesting because there is a distinction, by the way. Anti-Mormon literature does, in fact, exist, but not everything that is critical of the church is anti-Mormon. Some things are, this is going to sound smarmy, but those of us who have left the church believe that some of those things are merely historically accurate. And we have our reasons for believing that, and you have your reasons for disbelieving them despite not having read them. God, sorry. Uh, I know that I sound, later it gets, I'm just starting to sound more smarmy. A couple of the reboots were because, started sounding like the Rachel Maddow of ex-Mormonism, which is a terrible thing. Sorry, let me put it in more familiar terms. The Tucker Carlson of ex-Mormonism. Large forehead, angry all the time, kind of a dingus. Anyway, so I don't know if my forehead's that big. Kind of a dingus, check. Anyway, so yeah, my brother ended up in Salt Lake. He made visits to Sandra Tanner. I don't know if Gerald was alive at that time. That's Sandra's husband, who was a really gifted researcher and amateur historian. His histories are not up to the professional standard, and they suffer from obvious biases and whatnot, but there is a lot of information in them that you have a hard time finding elsewhere. They have their value, though you do have to take them with a grain of salt. Anyway, uh, so yeah, it was in his time in Salt Lake that Robert was finally being given the opportunity to uh, to live the life that he had always meant to live. Now, granted, at this time he was of mission age, and those of us in the family who were still faithful, believing Mormons were. We were praying on a regular basis that he would um, come back to the church and that he would go on a mission. That was the big hope. We would pray openly for that on a regular basis. Um, and the interesting thing about that is that if I knew then what I know now, I would have realized how uh, futile that idea is. Um, say what you will, and indeed you are more than entitled to. But one thing is quite obvious is that Robert was not that he was more suited to Catholicism than he was to Mormonism. That's just the nature of his character as a human being. He is more Catholic than the Pope. Uh, It must have been an honor for the Pope to shake his hand, the most Catholic man in all the world. Um, the Pope did, in fact, shake his hand, and I, I hope he was honored in doing so, by which I mean the Pope. Uh, my brother could feel about it however he wanted. Um, sorry for any and all blasphemies, past, present, and future. Um, anyway, so it was there in Salt Lake that he really began to live the life that he had always intended. And the interesting thing was that he had a few uh, revenue streams going there for a while. One of which was that he was playing organ. Wait, did I dump my? I don't think I dumped my stuff from the last time. He was playing the organ for a number of churches. He had also picked up piano tuning as a trade. My parents got him a set of piano tuning tools, and this is a difficult thing to be a piano tuner. I mean, it's easier now with all the digital tools. You don't have to have as good of an ear as you used to have in order to tune a piano. Um, but the time in which he was doing it, you really did have to have a pretty good ear. Oh, yay, my first slime. Let's kill it with swords. Oh, it didn't even give me a slime block. Anyway. um, so, he's there in Salt Lake, and he is so delighted to be, playing the organ for a variety of different churches. I don't remember how many churches he was playing the organ for, but there were multiple churches. I remember that he was playing for, I believe it was one of the Eastern Rite churches, where their music is not um it is not like Western music. It is a different staff entirely, and the notes are square, and the music is read from right to left and not left to right. And yet, my brother, musician that he was able to play the organ for them, and yeah, he really began um, living his life as a Catholic, becoming much more invested in his Catholic life, and it wasn't too many years later that he uh, had the desire to enter the priesthood. Now, here's the thing that you need to know about my brother, and one of the things that I resented him for a period in my teenage years. The resentment long gone now. It's fine. I'm quite happily married, and so anything I may have resented him for then is long gone. A lot of people have older brothers who teach them, like, oh, here's how to be successful with girls. My older brother could not have taught me such things. My older brother could teach me, like, here's how you direct polyrhythms. Here's how you do, uh, you do 3/4 with this hand and 7/8 with this hand. You know, um, that's the kind of thing he could teach me. But as far as, like, how to get a date with a girl, what to do on a date with a girl, he was of no use whatsoever. When he was in college, he was set up on a date with this girl. I believe her name was Ariel. I could be wrong. Anyway, he was set up on a date with a girl that we then pestered him about for years, because that was the only date he went on in his entire life, as far as I am aware. Not just as far as I'm aware. I believe that is factually accurate. He only went on one date in his entire life, and that was basically because people forced him to do it. He had no choice in the matter, and yeah, it was not a favorite topic with him. I think a life of celibacy is exactly the thing that he preferred, quite frankly. And you can draw any conclusions about that you wish. But yeah, he just really had no interests there. And so yeah, the any hope that we had, like any hope that we had of him coming back to the church and going on a mission was, they were pretty well dashed. Any hope that we had of him finding a nice girl and settling down were, futile. And so we didn't know what to do with this brother of ours, who there was a period of his life where he was working. I think he was working for an insurance company or something, and he would work for a while and save up money and then go on a trip to Portugal, you know, and because he had always wanted to go to Portugal and things like that. So he um yeah, he was finally able to travel the world a little bit, which is something that he always wanted to do. But his life wasn't really going anywhere in the standard sense of the term. He didn't have any massive career aspirations. He was really not going to college anymore. He oh, something burns. Anyway, uh molten stone pops. Yeah, he wasn't going to college anymore, and he was kind of in a holding pattern. Well, eventually he found his way into Catholic seminary, and how that happens is that first of all you have to be sponsored by a parish. There has to be a local uh, congregation which says, yes, we would like to help provide resources for this person to follow their dream of becoming a priest. And so he had that support initially, and he began his preparations for the priesthood. He gained a number of very close friends, and it seemed that everything was going well and everything was going right. And quite frankly, at that point, even though I was still a believing member of the church at that time, any prayers that I had that he would come around to his senses and realize, what the rest of us realized, those prayers had long gone by the wayside because, even the more devout of us could see that he was living a life that he was meant for. But of course, these things do not run a straight course. He eventually lost, because you have to be sponsored, and you have to have, because you're not able to just pay your own way, and there is a matter of financing your time in seminary, because you get a college degree. I mean, a lot of these seminaries, and certainly the ones that my brother attended, were accredited, and so you weren't just you know learning a few prayers in Latin. You were really gaining a an in depth education, and indeed that was the case. And for whatever reason, and I do not know the reason, and quite frankly, it doesn't matter to me now. But my brother lost his sponsorship. He attributed it to certain persons not liking him very much, not being in his corner, having doubts about him, and his potential worth to the parish, things like that. And so his time as a priest ended. Interestingly, or his time in the seminary ended. He started in Philadelphia, and eventually he would end up in California. And one time, uh, my friend Todd and I, we would get these wild hairs, which my mother hated, and she was right. I can see that now. I'm a parent. Uh, she was right, but I was also right to want to do wild and crazy things because I was a kid uh, who wanted to do wild and crazy things, and I'm glad I did some wild and crazy things in my time. I will tell my children no, but I'm glad I did it. Anyway, yes, that's what we call hypocrisy. Um, anyway, so my friend Todd and I, we went on a trip to California, and one of the nights that we spent in California, we stayed with Robert in the seminary. It was the off season. Nobody was there. We got to stay in an empty room. It was very strange for us because uh, w- Catholicism is, if you're not Catholic, a bit of an imposing faith. It has many long-standing traditions, and there are things about Catholicism which even devout Catholics do not fully understand. And that being the case, um, uh, it doesn't have the reputation of like, oh, Catholicism, that's super easygoing and easy to understand religion. Um, easy for outsiders to break into. Uh, yeah. So we were there in the seminary. I remember. Here's something that is funny that I did not know. I didn't know about genuflecting. I didn't know that was a thing. And so, as my brother is giving us a tour of the grounds, a tour of the facilities, he took us into the chapel. And then, as we were making our exit, and he proceeds to kneel as we are exiting, I thought that he had dropped something, and I'm like, "What? What is it? What are you doing?" And like, made a complete fool of myself. I'm sure made him very uncomfortable. Yeah, that's just pure ignorance on my part. He would never have made that mistake. I'm sure you could take him into the houses of worship in any religion, and he would know what to do, where to go, what to say, all of that. He would be well versed in the worship traditions of a wide variety of peoples. Certainly was. He certainly was. Anyway, um, so yeah, it was around that time that he lost his sponsorship and in many ways lost direction in life. He had come so close to the one thing that he was very well suited for, and a life that he could live, a life of simplicity, a life of avowed poverty, but a life of happiness, which is what he wanted. And I can see how well suited he was for it. Um, and for whatever reasons I do not now know, do not, frankly, do not wish to know, he was cut loose and was left dangling. He didn't have anywhere to go. He took up residence. This is a rather sad part of his life, quite frankly. He took up residence with the family of one of the friends that he had made in seminary, which was a Thai family. Uh, I may or may not have said terrible things about Thai people just this very evening. Sorry, I served a mission in Cambodia, and Cambodia and Thailand are not best of friends. Um, and I was largely joking, but I know it didn't sound that way based on my tone and my everything about me. Um, anyway, so yeah, he was staying with this Thai family, the family of one of his friends from the seminary. But they didn't really have any reason to take him in other than, hey, this is a guy that I know who was going to seminary who got cut loose. And, he was trying to get his way back into the seminary. It became apparent very quickly that that was not going to be possible. And, and then he proceeded to wear out his welcome with that family. They uh, began to wonder, why are you here and what are you doing? And then my parents had the great joy of going to collect him and his many, 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 many books and CDs and things that he had. Um, which, as a lifelong lover of music and seeker of knowledge, that that's what he had. Like, if he had money, what was he spending it on? Oh, he was spending it on books and music. And quite frankly, as an owner of way too many books and way too much music, I think I understand. My wife is so very lovely to put up with me and my massive record collection and the nonsense that I make her put up with on a regular basis. She is a lovely woman, and I am lucky to have her, and you all know this. Anyway, so yeah, and believe me, family, if you are hearing this, if you've had the patience to make it thus far into this, and if I'm making mistakes, I am sure I am. There's always information that I did not have. Please let me know. But anyway, so at this time, my brother came home, which he always kind of resented the the town in which he was raised, because it has more cows than people, and because he um you know was always a man with an understanding of the world, with a desire to travel the world, with a desire to speak many languages, to meet diverse peoples, and to quite frankly do much more than was offered him in the small town. And so he was there living with my parents, which was a strain on him, which was a strain on them. Um, and we didn't know where these things would go. And then he got an opportunity to go and teach English in Korea. And he took that opportunity. And of course he did. It meant he could travel the world. It meant that he could share his knowledge. It was an ideal opportunity. And So he jumped at the chance. He took it, and he spent several years in Korea, and has a number of hilarious and wonderful stories about living in Korea. And he had a lovely and wonderful time there. But if you know anything about those teaching positions there, they're sort of meant for young college kids who are going to be there for a year or two, getting some interesting life experience, interesting work experience under their belts, and then there for a couple of years and then gone. And so eventually that experience came to its end, as everything else had for him. And again, he came home and was living with my parents. And again, a strain on him and a strain on them. And it was at this time, around this time, that one of his friends from that he had known from seminary, who he had formed a very strong bond with, because this is Father Keller, who was traveling with my brother Robert. They were traveling, I forget why or where or when, but while they were en route, Father Keller got word that his own father had passed away, and so he needed to go home and needed to be with his family. And so my brother altered his travel arrangements, and was a comfort, and formed a great bond with Father Keller at that time. And we are all very grateful that Father Keller remembered my brother Robert, because as he was given a position of some authority in the diocese. I'm sorry, it's late and I'm having a hard time remembering names of Catholic positions of authority. Purely circumstantial. Under different circumstances, I'm sure I could recall. But yeah, the Bishop of Gallup, Bishop Wall, was talking with Father Keller about the possibility of getting people into the priesthood, and Father Keller mentioned, well, there is this man that I know who wanted so badly to be in the priesthood, and has not been able to be, was not able to, started but did not finish his time in seminary. And so they looked into it, and they found a way for my brother to get back into seminary and to finish his journey into the priesthood. And this was the culminating moments of his life. This is what it all led up to. He lived for this. This is what he wanted. This is what he wanted to be. And yes, I know he became a Catholic priest in a tiny, like, he was you know nominally in grants, but spent the vast majority of his time in these tiny outlying churches, holding mass for very small, very rural congregations. Very much like the congregation that he knew in his hometown of St. John's. Anyway, well, and sometimes even smaller than that. Actually, quite often much smaller than that, based on my conversations with him. And anyway, it was a very wonderful thing to see him ordained. Now, uh, trust me, I am a godless heathen. I am not much for the religion, and in general, as I said before, I have a number of bones to pick with the Catholic Church in general, but this does not mean that I do not recognize the value of the church in my brother's life, because certainly it had great value. Hold up, I need to refill my water. And I have no idea what time it is, and I feel like I'm going to be very disappointed. Oh, geez, we're already 3 hours in, and it's 1:20 in the morning. That seems about right. Man, my brother, he can just talk and talk and talk. Okay, and I'm back. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna pause again. I'm gonna see if I can find something. Found it. Um, Hold up. Let me close other things first. Yeah, please, for the love of all things holy, do not look up the video games I was playing earlier tonight. Uh, Russian hackers, I kid you not, hacked my Steam account and bought almost 200 games, some of which were quite naughty, and I'm engaged in the process of reviewing all of them. So yeah. I tried multiple times to record this video and was largely unsuccessful. Um, and have been somewhat successful now, albeit not as much as I would have liked. I would have liked to have been more coherent and interesting and factually accurate, but it cannot be helped. Okay. These are pictures from my father's or from my brother the father, from his ordination. This is in uh the cathedral in Gallup. And so here's Bishop Wall. Here's my brother Robert. Um, I honestly wish I knew more about these things. We were very lucky to have uh okay mm, I don't know a way of bringing up uh Anna without bringing up certain people that I would rather not talk about. We'll just say that she is related by marriage to a person that we would rather not talk about. But she was the only Catholic among us, and she talked with us in great detail about what it means and how to feel about it. Um, because we didn't know. We were so very incredibly ignorant about Catholicism in general. Um, and we didn't know what was happening or why or what it meant. And she was our guide through the process. So here he is, uh, lying down as one does for purposes and reasons uh, that I do not fully understand. Um, anyway, and if I'm not mistaken, forgive me if, like, I've only met Father Keller once. I believe that's Father Keller. I could be wrong. Uh, could very well be wrong. Um, might be, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if I were wrong because I'm so very good at it. Um, anyway, yeah, these are more pictures. Then um, afterward, we all had the opportunity to, oh, this is fantastic. Mom pulling a face. That's my mother. Uh, uh, don't know whose kid this is, but she picking that nose hard. Um, yep. Whose kid is that? Uh, anyway. Oh, it's mine. That's a pretty fabulous picture. Look at her doing big hands. I have not looked at these for a while. Uh, this person is a turd. Don't look at him. Best not thought about. These people, delightful. This one, uh, I have no hope of heaven, but I very much hope that there is a hell so that he can burn in it forever. Um, yeah. Anyway, here's my brother Robert. Here's my sister Kimberly. Here are my two children. Here's my sister Kelly. Here's my lovely wife. See, there's dingus old me. Here are my parents. Um, and here are the siblings that were able to make the trip to Gallup. Um, and yes, indeed. Um, yeah, he was so young back then. Jeez, can't believe my children were ever that small. Anyway, he was so happy, and this meant so very much to him. But there is one picture that I am getting to. Some of these were taken uh, by people who were there. Some of them were taken by. Look at her. She's still like just doing all the things. Um. Anyway. But here it is. Okay. This is the picture. This is my father receiving a blessing from my brother. Now, this man here does not hold the same faith as this man here. This man here at this time was still a bishop in the Mormon church. And it's late, so I get to say dingus things. And here's a dingus thing. Like, the Mormon church does not have the greatest respect for the Catholic church. There, I said it. Sorry, they don't. I don't know if that goes both ways. Quite frankly, it doesn't matter to me now. But the number of times that I've heard people bad mouthing Catholicism in Mormon churches, quite often. Um, well, I mean, it's not like a daily thing or a weekly thing, but it happened often enough. That people would make jokes about oh, you have a grown man who's a priest. Yeah, my 16-year-old brother is a priest. Those kinds of things would get bandied about. Anyway, not by members of my family, quite frankly. Um, but certainly you would hear them. There's this sense of well, and I mean, it's the whole thing. Like, if you believe, it's why I don't put much stock in ecumenicism, because everybody ultimately believes that they are right. And if you ultimately believe that you are right, then in so many words, you believe that others are wrong. I mean, even in my godless heathenism, if I believe that I am right, in my godless heathenism, then I believe that if you are not a godless heathen, that you are wrong. or not. Let's talk about it sometime. Or not. I don't give a crap. Like, we don't have to talk about it. It'll probably be offensive to you because I can have a conversation in which the stakes are very low for me ultimately, but the stakes might be very high for you in terms of, like, I won't be offended, but you might by things that I will say. Quite frankly, I might have been offensive this entire video. I don't know. I've lost the ability to tell anymore, quite frankly, and I try not to be, but I am reminded regularly by my lovely wife that I can be quite a dingus, and that I am regularly offensive, whether meaning to or not. The nature of my being, I'm just, yeah. But the respect that my father showed my brother in this moment is absolutely beautiful to me, because it was not assured that this would ever happen. It was not assured that he would ever make it to this point. It was not assured that my father would feel the way that he felt at the time in which that picture was taken. I want to see if I can. Oh no, that's just when it was created on this hard drive. Man, I wish there was a way for me to remember when this happened, but there's not, unfortunately. I mean, I could go by the age of my child here. What is he, like 3-ish? I don't know. Because he's 8 now, going on 9. Anyway, yeah. Difficult to tell, but also like, it makes me think that, okay, because this is my daughter here, and she is 10 now, and she is like creeping up like right in this range, and her feet are bigger than hers now. So yeah, that's an interesting thing. Anyway, yeah, so this may have been 5 years ago. I don't know. You know what? Give me just a second. I actually want to bring any element of accuracy into this whatsoever. Okay, so actually, my initial assessments were accurate. Yeah, so my brother, he was ordained a deacon in 2015, and he was ordained a priest in early June of 2016. And so it honestly, it is, you know, it feels a bit tragic that that this life that he eventually got to lead, which is the life that we have all come to acknowledge is the life that he was intended for, whether we are, however we feel about Catholicism or not. And there may be a diversity of opinion there. But I believe that we've all come to accept that this is the life that he was meant for. And looking at that timeline, it would have been 5 years, where we would have been coming up on 5 years of him getting to lead the life that he was meant to lead. You know, I have been teaching in my current post. This is my 6th year. Uh, if you would ask me at the end of last year, like, "Hey, are you good? You ready to call it a life? You think that you've accomplished enough professionally, personally, and otherwise in order to stick a pin in it and call it done?" I would have said no. Uh, like, not that I'm uncomfortable with the concept of my own death. As I've said before, like, I talk about it with my students to the point where they think I'm suicidal, which I'm not, because I am medicated. So no, just kidding. I have not been suicidal ever. Um, for the record. Uh, but I have struggled with depression and anxiety my entire life. So that much is true. Anyway, so and just talking about elephants that we just let wander through the living room. I think that is one, talking about mental health struggles. It doesn't make you weaker. It doesn't make you worse to acknowledge, to take care of, to take head on the mental health struggles that you may have. Uh, Quite frankly, I think a number of people in my family have them. Uh, they can be largely genetic. And yeah, you think about uh, my mother's mother. She was like the poster child for anxiety. Like, who didn't know that? Like, we all knew it. Uh, um, anyway, and it was the subject of, some light-hearted humor in the family that, like, "Oh, grandma, you know how she is." Um, but it wasn't just that she was persnickety, or um, that she had uh, interesting mannerisms, which she certainly did. So that I feel reasonably confident in saying that she suffered from anxiety, as a lot of people do. A lot of people do. This is one of the most common things you can have. And as someone who has it, who has had it, and who knows that they have other family members who have it, is something worth talking about. If you have it, don't suffer alone. Like, talk about it, get medicated for it if you need to, talk to a doctor about it, get therapy for it. Like, there's help out there. It's the thing that people always say about mental health. Like, if someone had a broken leg, you wouldn't think them weak for getting a cast on it, for taking the prescribed medical treatment. If someone had high blood pressure, you wouldn't think them weak for taking blood pressure medication for likely the rest of their lives, which is how that goes with a lot of those kinds of things. "I don't like you, Lava. I don't like the look of you at all. You don't look like you're my friend. You look like you're mean." Anyway. Oh, that's gonna be a whole dingus ridiculoso part. I thought that it wouldn't. I thought that it only started here and extended that way. I didn't think it'd come back this way. I have to break out some gravel. Anyway, so yeah, let's get back to talking about my brother. Um, yeah, the life that he led was the life that he was built for. And I jokingly said that he's more Catholic than the Pope. I know that were he alive, he would have possibly found that offensive or possibly humorous. I tend to think the latter more than the former. But regardless, um, uh, he really and truly was the most Catholic person I've ever met, and I've met a Catholic or two in my time, but he was so very suited to it. It fit him oh so well. Um, his personality, his interests, his uh, just so many ways. He was so very well suited for it. And I know that he really enjoyed the work that he was doing, even though he constantly complained about having to do quinceañeras, which the old groomless wedding, as he called it. Uh, which, yes, it is a cultural, bit of a cultural difference. Something that, uh, yeah, that those honkies and crackers among us are not tended toward. I believe those are the technical terms, honky, cracker. Uh, anyway, you can tell it's getting late. I'm getting utterly ridiculous. Um, but yeah, um, is this going to be a whole dingus cave system? Oh, we shall find out. Anyway, but yeah, in some ways, it uh, it makes me sad that he only got to live that life for 5 years. Um, but then again, like I think he complained a lot less than he was entitled to. I complain way more than I'm entitled to. That is for certain. I am a whiner and a complainer. Oh, I am a, yeah, just perpetual whiner. Is, yeah, one of my least endearing qualities is that I can never say I can't complain, because guess what? I can always complain. Like, you want to hear someone complain? Worried that there's not something to complain about? Well, don't worry. That has never been a problem. Yeah, this just goes around in a big stupid circle. And then I'm back down. Anyway, I don't know where that spider's coming from, but somewhere. Anyway, but yeah, he he was able to live the life that he was made for in the last 5 years. And it often felt like longer, because he had started on the path to becoming a priest many years earlier than he actually became a priest. And, and and the fact that we all came to accept him as a Catholic, which was very important to him. um we did, we all came around and were like, well, he's Catholic. He's not just Catholic, he's really Catholic. He's more Catholic than the Pope. you know uh Yeah, I wonder if when he met the Pope, if the Pope was like, you could tone it down a scotch. Like you're laying it on a bit thick there, buddy. Because that's how popes talk. I'm a godless heathen. I can say things like that. Anyway, um, it's late enough that children are waking up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. Um, Anyway, so yeah, he got to live that life for what most would consider all too short a time. Um, and certainly it seems that way. But then again, I think about, and this is another, sometimes you look at the lives of other people and you think, boy, I don't know if I would change places there. And in so many ways, I would not change places with my brother Robert. Um, Not a slight on him in the slightest, but uh, we are not the same. Oh my goodness, this is gonna be terrible. Oh, dingus. This might be the end of my mine. This is just it. What level am I on? What is this? 11. Oh, but my mine is on 12. There's no way I should be running into this much lava on 12. Well, I don't think I have enough diamonds to turn that all into obsidian and mine it, but we'll find out. Anyway, yeah, more talk about Minecraft, less talk about actual important things. Um so yeah, uh Linda Wilhelm, she was my friend Todd's mother, um, angel of a woman, like sweetest, nicest, best woman. The kind of person that if you met someone who had a bad word to say about her, you'd be like, "Oh, I'm sorry. What does it feel like to be that wrong all the time?" Because like there are some people where if you don't like them, it is a comment on you as a person, not on them, because they are delightful and wonderful. And if you can't figure that out, well, then maybe you're just a dingus and you're wrong. Yeah. And Todd's mother, like, sweetest, nicest, best. You would be hard pressed to find people who would disagree with those statements. Um, and anybody who did would be, as aforementioned, quite wrong. Um, anyway, she, uh, unbeknownst to me, even though like I was friends with her son and was always hanging out at their house, I was not aware of how very unhappy she was in their marriage and how very unhappy their marriage was. And there are stories that I could share about that, but I don't think this is the time or the place for that. What I will say is that um, towards the end of her life, she uh, had the good fortune to meet a man named Jim. Now, I met Jim. Jim is, well, he's an odd fellow his own self. He um, just an interesting man, to be sure. Uh, not uh, not the most educated man in any given room. Uh, not a lot of things. Uh, but a nice man, a kind-hearted man, and he found Linda, and they fell for each other, and they eventually got married. And she was married to him for only a few short years, if I recall correctly. It was about the same length of time, about 5 years. And this was she all of her children were adults at this point. She was in her late 50s, if I had to guess. Uh, and maybe even older than that, but I don't want to guess older than that because it seems rude. uh anyway, so she was with Jim, and Jim treated her kindly, and in a way that she did was not treated in her previous relationship. And uh I and she was with Jim for a short while, and then she died rather suddenly, and it was a terrible shock to her children, and to all those of us who knew her and cared about her. And anyway, and Jim had a very aw shucksy, down home, folksy sort of approach. Um, but he said something that really stuck with me, is that he said, the thing that he would say about his time with Linda was, our life is a 10-ticket ride. You think about a carnival, and you think about, you have the rides that cost 2 tickets and they kind of rock back and forth and they aren't very exciting. Then you have the big ones, the ones where you really get your money's worth. And those are the 10-ticket rides. Well, uh, I think that certainly there is some sense of tragedy in the fact that my brother, after all the searching, after all the many years he spent wishing to live the life that he was finally able to live, to be a priest and to, be devout in the way that he intended to be. It took him so long to get there. And once he got there, he had a few short years, and then was gone before none of us were ready. I mean, who is ready? I mean, it's not like he was suffering from some long-standing debilitating disease that, when the end came, there was some semblance of like, oh, it's okay now. No, no, I know that some people go through that, and that is a hardship in and of itself. But no, this was a shock. This was a surprise. We did not expect this. Um, and and quite frankly, my brain is still having a hard time accepting it. I'm still very firmly in the denial stage. And why? I mean, I understand it on the basic scientific level, which is that our brains do not like to rewrite neural pathways. And so, whatever baseline assumptions we make about people, our brains tend to try to keep those assumptions rather than rewrite them. And it leads us into a number of cognitive biases, among which are things like confirmation bias, which leads people to believe that they're right even when the evidence that they're wrong is staring them in the face. Which, hey, there's something you can throw at me sometime. I don't know. Do it. It's fun. We'll have a debate. Just kidding. Don't debate me. I'm a dirty debater. You do it in high school and they teach you things, terrible things you shouldn't do to unsuspecting friends and family members. Anyway, you become basically a lawyer, and that's no good for anybody. Anyway, so yeah, you see how I ramble even worse the later it gets. Um, but yeah, I understand. Here's what I was trying to say, is that I understand why my brain is having a hard time accepting the reality, because it doesn't want to rewrite that neural pathway. Because as long as I have been alive, my brother has been alive. And so I have never had to consider the reality of his death until now. And it's hard to say, it's hard to think about. It's and part of that is the emotional loss, understanding like, look, um, the world largely did not understand my brother, could not understand him, did not understand him, and now will never get to understand him. And and they do not know what they have lost. I have some idea. I have a slight idea. But even I do not know the full extent. And so, how to feel, how to encapsulate. I've been rambling for 3 hours and have not even begun to encapsulate the essence of the man who my brother was. Because I can't. It's not possible. And so I have to talk about Star Trek because that's the only thing that makes any sense. I did talk about Star Trek with my students earlier, and you will forgive me. I am grieving, and I am allowed to talk about Star Trek if I want to. Okay, so I do not believe in premonition. I do not believe that my brother had any sense that his end was coming. I mean, obviously, if he did, certain things that he was doing, he was always a heavier guy, as you could have seen in the pictures if you took a look. And certainly, yeah, he was trying to lose weight. When we spoke to him last, he was talking about how, a visit to the doctor, and stepping onto that scale and realizing, like, wow, I am really close to a weight that I don't want to be. And so he was trying to lose weight. He was making positive changes in his life, right up until the end. And so that leads me to believe that there was no premonition. There was no sense that, I guess I could just block over this whole thing because it's not on level 12. Yeah, let's block over it. I'll just bub. Anyway, regardless, as if that makes any sense. But now I know how I'm going to handle it. Anyway, I cannot encapsulate the essence of my brother. Have spent 3 hours failing to do it. Will spend hours on the phone with family members failing to do it. Will run it around in my brain and fail to do it. And it doesn't matter that I understand on a very basic level some of the neuroscience that goes into us going through this grieving process. Why is it denial? Well, it's denial because your brain has to rewrite those neural pathways. Why is it anger? Because when your brain rewrites those neural pathways, sometimes you can feel cognitive dissonance, which makes you feel icky, and might make you lash out. Um, yeah, sure, understand these things. Okay, yeah, but where was that get you? Um, basically, you are at that point someone with his foot caught in a bear trap who understands how bear traps are made. Um, it's it doesn't necessarily help the present circumstances at all to understand the concepts underlying your own grief. I I had hopes that it would, but also I knew that it would not. Um, but Alexander Pope, hope springs eternal in the human breast. Um, anyway, but yeah, I said I was going to talk about Star Trek, and most certainly I will. And then I'm going to end it on a Star Trek note. Why? Because I'm sure Robert would not have enjoyed that in the slightest. And so, but he's not here to disagree with it. So I am memorializing him with you know a reference to not only Star Trek but the Wrath of Khan. Deal with it. Um, okay, so at the end of Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, as well we know, for lo, it is canon and scripture unto those of us who are godless heathens, but also nerds. Um, at the end of Star Trek II, um, Spock is in a situation where he knows he is going to die. Quite frankly, he went into that situation knowing that that would be the outcome. He sacrificed himself for the good of the many. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few and even the one, as Spock said. But much more wisely, because if there are wise words to be said, why not give them to Spock? And don't think that I'm still not sadly, nerdily sad that Leonard Nimoy is no longer with us. I thought I was sad about Leonard Nimoy. I thought I was sad about Carrie Fisher. Yes, big freaking nerd. Not sure if you knew. Anyway, but the great thing that Spock says is that as long as we remember them, those that we have loved, those that we have known who have passed on are not gone. They are not truly gone as long as we remember them. And I believe that that is so, for it must be so. The lives of humans are almost comically short. Uh, we we live for far too little time, and we don't feel great about it. You'll notice that regardless of the belief system a person has, no one is uh, too fantastically excited to meet their own demise, because who would be? Um, oh yeah, let's harvest some wheat. Um, for lo, the field is yellow and ready to harvest, and he that thrusteth in his bare hand. Yeah, see, I still remember a thing or two. Anyway, it doesn't, unfortunately, doesn't change my mind about things. Sorry. Uh, but I still can quote things right directly in your face. As a matter of fact, I regularly quote from the Bible at my students. Parker is a town which has more churches than people, and the vast majority of my students are churchgoers, and I am the godless heathen, and yet I um, will quote from the Bible and they won't know what the crap I'm talking about. um, anyway, so anyway, let's more Star Trek, less godless heathenism. Um, so yes, Spock. If as long as we remember them, those that we have loved are not gone. The life of a human is very short, and think about it this way: you will have a very finite, very limited impact on humanity, regardless of what you believe. The vast majority of us will we will leave our mark on a relatively limited circle of humanity. That is true. Given the fact that there are, you could say, oh, but you're a teacher and you touch the lives of so many, and there are a couple out there who really, really don't like me. That comes with the territory. You know what you call those students? Ones that you worked really hard with and tried to help. And what did they do? Well, they resent you and hate you for it. Anyway, thus is the life of a teacher. Um, anyway, so even if you say, well, you'll touch the lives of so many, yeah, I mean, I do like that about my career. I do get to have an impact on the community in which I live, and I get to see the fruits of those labors on a fairly regular basis. So that's nice. Um, Also, it cuts the other way as well. I get to see, I get to have my groceries bagged by former students any day of the week, if I so desire. Anyway, um, but you know, I'm still a teacher in a small rural town. Um, the impact on humanity as a whole is very small. Will I be recorded in history books? No. Nothing that I have done, nothing that I will do, will get my name written into the annals of history, because nothing that I have done is of such consequence that anyone living years from now will want to remember it. And quite frankly, those whose names are written in the annals of history do not get remembered as often or as well as they ought to be in many cases. There are people who sacrificed quite a bit to bring about major impacts into the world, and yet many of them we don't even know their names, and we don't remember them as we ought, and we can't possibly remember them as we ought. Why? Because human lives are limited. They are limited in scope, they are limited in length, they are limited in impact. And this is one of the unfortunate things about humans, and the lives that we lead. Um, but be that as it may, um, I tell this to my students and it makes them all woefully depressed, and then I have to try and talk them out of it. And you may wonder why I make them woefully depressed in the first place. And it's like, well, but there are things that people don't think about that they should think about. I'm sorry, it's my job to be like, what are the things, what are the thoughts that you really ought to have at some point in your life that you haven't had, and that without a little guidance from someone who teaches you to think for a living, you won't have. Anyway, so yeah, here's that. So I will tell them this. Just speaking from a purely genetic standpoint, your trace on this earth will be wiped out fairly quickly. Um, let's say that you are a person who has children. My brother was not. He better not have been. He was a Catholic priest, for crying out loud. What is he? A character in Candide, the greatest book ever written? It is. It's true. Candide. It's the greatest book ever written. Um. Anyway, so uh, there we go. Plip plop. Uh, yeah. So I have two children. Uh, and let's assume, for no reason whatsoever, that only one of them has children. Just, reasons. Uh, and so one of them has children in the future, which is by no means assured, but it might happen someday. Um, so one of them has children. Let's say that they have two. They just perpetuate both themselves and their spouse, the same as my lovely wife and I have done. Okay, so you have passed on the family's genes for a generation. Well, your children possess one half of your genes and one half of your spouse's genes. Their children will possess one fourth. Their children will possess 1/16. 1/16? Let's see. I'm having to math late at night. Uh, but it dilutes very quickly. Within a matter of uh, very few generations, your contribution to the family gene pool is limited, very limited in scope. And that's just from the genetics. Now, uh, for a moment, if you will, think about your great 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 grandmother. What did her laugh sound like? See, you don't know. That's unfortunate. Now, my mother knows more about um, both her ancestors and my father's ancestors than anyone I know. She's done a tremendous amount of family history and takes it very seriously. But even then, like, you may know stories about the person, like my mother certainly does. She knows more about these people and remembers them more uh, than anyone else in the family. And thank goodness for that. Because without that, these people will be completely and utterly forgotten. But you see, um, what is lost very quickly are their mannerisms. Their smile, their laugh, their daily habits, their little quirks, their little sayings, their funny things that they used to do just so. These are things that often people forget to write down because they're seemingly so inconsequential, and they are, while the person is alive, they are so ever present that you don't think that anyone would ever not know that this is the person, this is who they are, this is what they were like. But we all of us, will die, and we can't avoid it. It is coming. That is the fact upon which we all can agree, regardless of our religious beliefs. We are all going to die. And what lies beyond is a matter of debate and speculation. Um, and I'm not willing to enter into it right now. Yeah, and I feel like if I did, I would hurt a lot of people's feelings. Um, a lot of things I could say on the matter, but I won't. Uh, but we know that we are alive for a time, and then we are dead. And um, eventually we are forgotten. And we are not forgotten by the people that we have known and the people that we have loved. We are forgotten by those who come after us. See, it's funny. Um, I've already seen these things happen. I once meant so very much to the high school theater program at my high school, to the director who, to Mrs. Willis, who directed all of our plays and was so wonderful to me. Um, Mrs. Willis hasn't been there for years. The kids who are trotting those boards have no idea that I ever existed. And I'm right here. I'm talking to you. I could theoretically go back to my old high school and try and sit these young whippersnappers down and say, hey, I used to be somebody who used to be on this stage and used to do things that were, pretty darn good. At least people used to say so. Um, but that time has passed. It's gone. And the memory of those times has gone with those of us who were there. Um, and to be frank, I don't bemoan the temporary nature of human life. I'm okay with it. I accept it. Someday this is here. Let me give you the first journal prompt that I normally give my students, because I want to teach them that when I give them a journal prompt, it's usually going to be convoluted and ridiculous. Let's just watch my dispenser dispense things here. We won't watch it count. Oh, slime. We'll kill the slime. Okay. So here's one of the things that we know about our sun is that it's not dead yet, but it will be someday. And one of the fun things about being able to have an observable universe is that we can make wildly accurate predictions based on our observations of other phenomena that proceed along the same predictable paths. And so we know how stars die because we watched it. We watched it happen time and time again. And so, let's get rid of this red grainstone, for lo, it is the ugliest of Minecraft blocks. Anyway, so we know how the lives of stars end. And one of the things that will happen several millions of years from now, hold up, once again, accuracy. Like, let's be reasonably accurate. Hold up, give me just 1 second. You won't notice. I'm just going to pause this, and when I come back, it will have seemed like no time at all to you. Okay, I'm back. See, you could hardly tell. Anyway, so in 5 billion years, our sun will become a red giant. One of the first stages of the death of a star is that it actually expands outward to enormous size. So the cornea of our sun will extend out beyond the orbit of Mars, and that means that everything in its path will be rendered back into its constituent atoms. You know, that includes all the planets in between the sun and just beyond the orbit of Mars. So, yeah, the Earth is in that pathway. Like we are smack dab in the middle of that. Um, and so someday our sun's cornea will expand out beyond the orbit of Mars, and Earth and everything on it will be vaporized. And all traces of human civilization will be gone. Assuming, of course, that humans still live on the planet, assuming, of course, that humans survive that long. But here's the journal prompt that I give my students, and this is something that you can think about if you wish. It's a fun thought experiment. So, imagine that you are living on Earth at a time when we know that the sun is preparing to expand, and that somewhere around your 85th birthday, just enough time for you to live a long, fruitful, fulfilling life. I'm sure many 85-year-olds would disagree. They'd be like, no, more, longer. But regardless, we'll say 85 because that's, slightly longer than the median age of death in the United States. Anyway, so yeah, let's say that round about your 85th birthday, the sun is set to expand and vaporize the earth and everything on it. No more, no more Parthenon, no more Taj Mahal, uh, no more Angkor Wat, no more anything. No more works of Shakespeare and the idea that such a person ever had lived. I tell them to imagine that, like, yes, humans do not escape this planet, and that all that we have and all that we are is vaporized immediately upon your 85th birthday. And then I ask them, like, okay, if you knew this, if you knew that the life that you lived would ultimately be forgotten, would it change the way you live? Why or why not? That's how I start the semester with my students, because I need them to know that I mean business, number one. I need them to know that I am a ridiculous person who asks questions like that. And I want them to think about it. It's something that you really should think about, because quite frankly, this leads me to one of the two great lessons that I learned from my brother Robert. Because here is the argument. If you would live your life differently, assuming that any record of your existence would be wiped out, well then why not live that way now? It's a fun hypothetical. It's just let your brain chew on it for a bit. It's a good time. Here are two things that I learned from my brother Robert. I learned many things from him. I mean, how would I know that a public vote is required in order for you to get citizenship in Liechtenstein? It's true. It's like a ballot initiative if you want to become a citizen, because you have to either be born there or you have to pass lengthy citizenship requirements. Just to be waitlisted is no guarantee that you will ever become a citizen. And does being a citizen of Liechtenstein have its benefits? Of course it does. Are you crazy? Try and act like you don't want to be a citizen of Liechtenstein. Anyway, Yeah, this is one of the ridiculous things I learned from my brother. But here are the worthwhile things that I have learned from my brother. The important things, the things that are, almost worth it listening to me ramble for ugh, a ridiculous amount of time, like 3.5, 3 and 45, getting close to 4 hours. My God. Uh, Also, sorry, because I don't inherently have a God concept, and the fact that I say such things vainly is probably offensive to a great number of you, and I'm sorry. Anyway, here are the two things. Um, Number one, uh, do what you believe to be right. Don't think about what other people think. Don't think about what other people say. If you have evidence and belief, uh, reason to think that that certain things are right, then live that way. And he certainly did. Granted, this ties back into what I was saying. The conversations that Mormons and ex-Mormons can't have. Um, of course, if you are going to maintain your belief in Mormonism, you have to believe that he was wrong about that ultimately. Um, I mean, sure, you can believe that Catholicism had many good things for him, but you have to believe that ultimately he was wrong for leaving the church the way that he did. Um, but guess what? Here's the important thing about that lesson is that, and I believe that Robert would agree with this. Look, if you are happy with Mormonism, and not just happy with it, but if you believe that it is right, then by all means, maintain your faith. Fine. Do it. Be it. It's fine. If you are like me and you are a godless heathen and you believe that this is where the evidence points, that this is where the truth lies, then by all means live a life in accordance with that. That's lesson number one from Robert. And lesson number two is something really remarkable. I said that that thing ran all the way out, and I didn't run out of words. I said that okay, let me figure out what I'm doing first. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, I said that Robert was the most Catholic person I've ever known. Made that hilarious Pope joke. We all laughed and laughed. Oh, how we chuckled and chortled and guffawed and I don't know. I'm losing synonyms. Sorry, my late night brain is not capable of more synonyms for laughter. Um, we hooted and howled. we That does not necessarily indicate laughter, but we'll pretend it does. Um, anyway, but here's an interesting thing, and you can say this about Robert, but you cannot say this about me. Certainly not. Um, Robert was who he was all the time. He was never not himself all the time, for better or for worse. He was the person that he was. Look, I will be perfectly honest with you. I spent a great deal of my time in high school, especially, I spent a great deal of my time trying to convince people that I was not a huge nerd. And we see, of course, how well this has worked out because you all, with my, you know, quotations of Star Trek uh, as the deepest possible thing I can think of at a time of great grieving, we all know that I am absolutely right. I am the height of cool. I am the coolest person you can imagine or will ever imagine. No, there was a time where I was like, I want girls to like me, and therefore I'm going to try and be cool. By the way, if any young, single, gentle type men are out there and you wish to know the secret of attracting the young women, here it is. This is 100% factually accurate. I have verified it. Um, you know, it, yeah, this is 100% verifiable fact. Please don't put me in lava, you silly, silly bucket of water. Anyway. Anyway, yeah. So Robert was who he was all the time, no exceptions. Like he didn't put on airs, he didn't pretend to be anything that he wasn't for the benefit of others. He was who he was all the time. And there is something to be said for that. That is absolutely admirable. It is. It is absolutely admirable. So very few people can say that about their own life. Oh, I was who I was all the time without exception. How can you say that? I can't. I tried to be cool when I was a big dingus nerd, and I did not realize that here's what girls like. I don't know if I ever finished this thought. They like guys who are confident, and most specifically, confident in who they are as a person. Be real, be genuine, be confident. Now, this also coincidentally answers the question, why do girls like bad boys? Why? What are you talking about? Have you ever met anyone more confident than a terrible guy? Of course you haven't. Are we all thinking of the same terrible guy? Jennifer, did you listen to this? Are you thinking of the same person I am? Of course you are. Anyway, we're all thinking of the same terrible person. That is what is attractive about bad guys. They're confident in who they are. That's it. It's that simple. It is that simple. And, you know, for what Robert may have lacked in his social skills and whatnot, he was not always the most socially adept, I guess you could say. You know, because he was who he was all the time, that came with, you know, it's good sides and it's not quite as good sides. But I'll tell you what, uh, his life was honest. He didn't pretend to be what he was not, and I respect the courage that he had in his life to live the life that he wanted to live, a life that no one else in my family did choose or even would have ever thought of choosing. He chose his own way and he went it so very many times without support from the rest of us. And I know that there's always time for regret. Um, Believe me, I know that Robert understands why we couldn't always be as supportive as we learned eventually that we should have been all along. He gets it. He got it. Uh he didn't bear that grudge um as much as he could have. And I know because I asked him about it. Um but the life that he led is the life that um it was perfect for him. And as I think about the fact that he only got 5 short years as a priest doing exactly what he wanted to do, I mean, he still had aspirations. He wanted to, um, become an expert in canon law. There were always things like that that he uh, wished that he could do. And I bet he would have been great at it. I mean, give the guy a chance to uh, study old books and, sequester himself with, old Latin documents. You think he's not going to be the happiest guy in the world? Of course he is. That's what he's made for. That's what he wanted to do. Anyway, um, I'm good. Oh, it's 2:45. I have to get up in a few hours and I have to go to school. And I say I have to because like I really have to. Um if I asked, I could take another day off, I'm sure, but I don't want to. I have a play coming up, a play that I've written for students who are graduating so very very soon. Um and I need to be there for their practices. I have people writing research papers. I've got a lot of things that I need to be doing, and so I'm gonna try and do it. Oh, I'm gonna be so cranky tomorrow. But at least my students are gonna be nice to me. You watch, they're gonna be super nice to me. Um, because they just are. It's true. Um, they're lovely and delightful people. It's the only reason. Like if I didn't like them, ain't no way I'd go back tomorrow. But yeah, I need to be back at it. Anyway, I wish that I had something better to offer in memory of my brother than a lengthy, rambling, often incoherent Minecraft playthrough. Uh, but what do? You do what you can do. Like, you do what you're capable of in the moment. And this is what I'm capable of right now. So, have it, deal with it, know it's what it is. Anyway, people, this is the end of it. I got to put a pin in it. I've got to go to bed. But look, just a couple of bits of advice. Like your life, no matter who you are listening to this, and if you made it this far, oh, it is definitely going to be over 4 hours. My hat is off to you if you made it this far. Quite frankly, long, boring, ridiculous. Uh, uh, Robert would have loved it. No, I can't say that, and quite frankly, I won't. But regardless, whoever hears this, whoever has the wherewithal to stick it through to the end. Um, and my goodness, my hat is off to you. I don't know if I'll make it through the end. Um, know this. There are people out there that, uh, people who are not understood, that the world would be better off if they were understood. Maybe take some time, figure them out, um, listen to them, understand them the way that they want to be understood. Uh, so very few people understood my brother Robert the way that he wanted to be understood. Um, of course, we all love him. Of course, we all, uh, think highly of him in so very many ways. But um, human beings want to be understood. We want people to see, we're all kind of kids sitting in a sandbox trying to, you know, build things that are set to crumble at any moment. And we keep pointing to them and saying, see, do you get it? And so very often people look at what we're doing and we're like shrugging their shoulders and saying, I don't know what this person is doing with their time in the sandbox at all. Don't get it. Can't possibly. Um, yeah. Try harder. And also like life is too short to not be who you really are. Whoever you are, whatever you are, however you identify as a human being, whatever intersectional identities you have. Oh, there I go. That nasty feminism sneaking back in. Oh, be afraid. Feminism. Ah, it's coming to give you rights and such not. Ooh. Anyway. Um, but yeah, whatever intersectional ways in which your identity is enacted, created, uh, played out, and explored, live it, be it, do it, however, whatever that means, whatever that is for you. Because what else can you do? We're humans. We have a finite existence here on this planet. And we will know each other in the time that we know each other, but eventually we will be forgotten. Our time will be gone. The sun might as well expand out beyond the orbit of Mars and wipe away all record. But do you know what? Does it ultimately matter? Look, I spend my time trying to cram my brain full of knowledge and information as much as I humanly can. Why? Look, I know someday worms are going to eat my brain, and that's where I'm storing my knowledge and information. Uh, and then worms are going to eat it. No, actually, worms aren't going to eat it. I don't want the grabby funeral industry to make a mockery of my entire life. I prefer to be cremated. Let it be known. Uh, my lovely wife knows that it is so. And now anyone listening to this knows if I keel over dead soon, or even if it's not soon, cremation, that's the way. Why spend all that money on a plot of ground that you're not going to use? Anyway, regardless, the fact of the matter is, like, our lives are finite. And I know that my brain will someday be scorched in a fire, and then someone else's ashes will be scooped out of a tray and given to my loved ones, and they will be told that they are my ashes when in fact they are largely the container in which the other person who is not me was burned. Uh, oh, we shouldn't talk about things like that at the end. Come on, get it together. Look at the time, though. Like, it's almost 3 in the morning. I need to get up in 3 hours to go to work. I might not make it. Anyway, but look, people, I live the life that I live because I believe that it will make a difference to me and that it will potentially make a difference for my wife and potentially make a difference for my children. And that's it. That's it. Maybe it'll make a difference for some of you. I assume that family will be the only people who will have any interest in this video, and like they likely will not make it this long. How could you? Did you know that I was so long-winded? My students certainly do. Anyway, but I'm telling you, know others as they are. Seek to be known as you are. And because ultimately that's all you have. That will be your only means of survival eventually. As far as I know, what lies beyond, once again, subject of debate and speculation. But what do we know? What do we know for certain? We know that we're here for a while, and then we will be gone. And in the meantime, what can we do? What of significance can we do? Well, we can watch a lot of YouTube and play a lot of video games. Certainly, those things are of great importance. We can spend time acquiring material possessions because, of course, those matter a great deal. We can use those material possessions in a futile attempt to impress people we don't even like. I don't know. Or we could build bonds with other humans in an attempt to achieve any type of lasting meaning. I I like to choose the latter. I like to think that I'm choosing the latter. I'm not always, but I try. Anyway, that's all I've got, people. Please, for the love of all things holy, don't watch my other videos. I mean, no, just the ones that I'm playing video games that are not suitable for all ages. You know? Yeah. Russian hackers. I is true. I had to send Steam a picture of myself holding a game that they knew I owned, showing the CD key and holding the CD, showing that I actually physically owned it so that they would unlock my account and give it back to me. And then when I did, I was like, "What? What are these 297 games?" Or whatever, however many there were. It was a whole bunch. Anyway, and now I'm playing my way through all of those games, and some of them are not appropriate for anyone that I would send this video to. Others of them might be. I don't know. Watch the one about Adventure Pals. It's a fun game. You might like it. Anyway, regardless, people, yeah, I don't recommend a lot of my videos. This will be the only one. But then again, you would have had to have heard this one for this long to have believed that to be the case. I'm painting myself into a corner, dingus, and I gotta go to bed. All right, people. Yes. Thank you if you made it this far. I can't imagine. But yeah. Anyway, thank you. And bye. That's how I always sign off. I say bye like a ridiculous person. It's kind of my thing. So don't question it. Just know that I say bye.